What's up, everybody? It is Thorne coming at you live on this beautiful Thursday evening. I am sorry that I'm a little bit late, but thankfully I gave you guys a little bit of forewarning, so it shouldn't be too bad. That was musically for but for those of you who are here, a warm welcome and a hello. I do apologize for the last few music. For the last few streams where I was kind of down on my own ass there. Let me turn the music off. You guys are probably done with that. It was a little loud. It was a little hard to hear you. Oh, rest in peace, eardrums. Rest in peace, eardrums. Sorry about that, guys. You know, I need to start monitoring my audio when I do these things. So I want to start off this stream by apologizing for the last couple of weeks when I've been live streaming. My mood has been absolutely in the toilet, and I know probably exactly why. This is going to be a little weird, and I don't want to like talk bad about something, you know, that maybe it isn't, but the only thing I can attribute it to, besides a little bit of seasonal, you know, affective disorder, is I was playing Assassin's Creed Origins. And see, what happened was like 2 or 3 months ago, I sort of got into this, you know, prehistorical civilization, world-spanning civilization kick, because that's one of the things that I'm into. And I started doing like YouTube video research on this, kind of catching up with what the current state of this conversation is. We're talking Graham Hancock, Randall Carlson, Bright Insight, a number of others, Uncharted X. And I'm watching these things and I'm like, you know what? I've had Assassin's Creed Origins on my fucking Steam account forever. So I'm going to load that bad boy up and I am going to climb some pyramids and I'm going to have a great time. In fact, it got me all back into like the comedic stuff again, especially like with like an Atlantean flavor, if you will. So I'm playing that game and I'm fucking loving it. Cause like, I don't know about you guys, but I like to get immersed into games. When I play a game, it's not just, oh, pretty lights on a screen. Like I like to learn about the culture if they have one. I like to just immerse myself in a game, especially a game like that. So I'm playing this game and it's, you know, fun as shit. I got nothing to complain about the game. It's fantastic. It's my favorite Assassin's Creed so far. I'm not even sure I'll like Odyssey as much. I know a lot of people said Odyssey was better and some people are playing Valhalla and, you know, I don't really care about that. For me, Egypt is way more interesting than either of those two cultures. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with them or anything. I'm just saying for me, my preference is give me deserts and weird pyramids and esoteric hidden mysteries. Give me that. So I'm playing the game, and for the first few days, like, you know, you feel that I'm doing something I love feeling. And throughout my time playing the game, there was never like a loss of that feeling, but I noticed that I was getting really bad, like, emotional like instability. And it wasn't even instability, it was like when I was playing the game I was more prone to like yell at it, even though it didn't bother me. Like when I'm playing it I wasn't really mad at it. You can ask my wife, I'd be like, fuck this guy, and then I'd beat him and I'd be happy. Like it was like, didn't matter, even though I was like yelling at it. But when I wasn't playing it, I would get hit with these massive, massive, like, I can't even say if they were depression or anxiety or both. It was like a manic just disgust with everything. And now, usually I'm a little bit off in March. Usually March is a bad month for me, like the first part of March, something about it. I don't mind winter. I love the snow. I love all of that. It's not even that I'm cooped up in the house necessarily. Something about March, it feels like, I don't know if you're like this, but for me as a nocturnal person, that last hour of the night or two, like the last 2 hours of the night from like 5 in the morning onwards, are really uncomfortable. Like I feel really out of whack. And it's like even going to sleep doesn't help me. Like it's just not good. So it feels a little bit like that, but there was like this real manic like anger and depression and just weird stuff going on. None of my techniques to mitigate it or block it or flow through it, none of the things that I know to do were helping. So I'd sit there and be mindful and present while it's going on. I'd be analyzing it. I'd be allowing it, letting it flow through me, not trying to hold it or deny it, and doing, shielding, all kinds of stuff, balancing. Nothing was really helping. And I was like, for a few days there, like, again, you can ask my wife, I was like asking like the what the hell is wrong with me question. I couldn't figure it out. So then, like, I don't know, a few days ago, I beat the game. Fucking loved it, by the way. I think I got like 98% on it. I think I missed one thing, which was like I didn't do some of the fights in the arena or something. Like parts I don't care about. And within 48 hours, like the last little like hint of that feeling went away within, like, I had the last one within 24 hours. And then since then, like, it's been, I guess, closer to, I guess I'm pushing over 72 hours now. I felt great. I feel like what the heck was bothering me? So I'm sitting here wondering, is it like a dopamine thing? Because the thing that I don't think it's dopamine is I've played video games my whole life. And, I may not play them like I used to, but I've played them my whole life, like most of you, like since I was a little kid, like my first video game, my dad took me to an arcade and I enjoyed the hell out of it. But, it never had that effect on me. And it's not like I never play video games. I play video games a lot less now. Like I used to play like 10 in a year. Now I'm lucky if I beat 2, but I still play them. And like Fleshy and my wife and sometimes my kid, like we'll play video games together, like usually on Friday nights or whatever. Usually play co-op games, but you get the point. So it's not like the flicker rates are bothering me or something. Something about that game really got to me. It was like maybe it was the dopamine, maybe I was getting like dopamine overload. And then when I wasn't getting it, I was really depressed. That's possible. It was similar. I could say from like a 2020 hindsight perspective, I am almost certain that it was the game. Or something to do with the game. Like I'm not blaming Ubisoft, although maybe I should. Maybe they got like a flicker rate thing. Maybe they have a fucking, subliminal message or a tone that it plays or something. I don't know. I think it's like a dopamine thing. Because if you ever play that game, like you're constantly doing something. Like you're running around, killing this thing, sneaking into that thing, stealing that. So it's just a constant bombardment of things to do and rewards and big rewards and little rewards to the point where it's just obsessive, And that's what I think it was. And I don't know if you guys get like this. I'm sort of mentioning all this just in case you guys can relate. And, so was it the game? My gut says it was. Does that mean it was? I don't know. But it feels like it was. And if anybody who watched my last couple streams knows I was not myself, like that. I wasn't faking that. Like I wasn't having a bad time. Nothing bad happened, no more than usual anyway, nothing worse than the usual life experiences that I normally have. Oh, I did. Oh, okay. I'll look that up in a second. Thank you, sweetie. So that's my apology and my explanation for it is I think that's what happened. I think that something about that game, yanked me off of my, delicate balance that I'm usually in. And it really kind of sent me for a loop, but at least I bounced back pretty quick. So it didn't do any permanent damage or anything. And I do recommend the game. It's not like I'm saying, don't play the game, but it really, I think that's what it was. And again, I could tonight turn on any other game and not have that problem. It's only those games. I've noticed it with, I don't want to get too like personal and specific. I've noticed it with other people. Like when they play certain games, that can happen. Or if I, even me, like if I'm playing like Elden Ring or something, but that game doesn't make me depressed. It just kind of gets me like, you know, competitive, I guess. I don't know what it is. I honestly don't know. Maybe you guys know, but let me turn to the comments now and see if anybody has an opinion. Let's see here. All right, scrolling up. Gage the Mage says, much love, DH. And then they gave me all the beautiful little hand signs. What's up? Thank you so much. So, all right, let me go back here and see what everybody's been saying. And Joffrey says, hello. What's up, Joffrey? George Goggins says, good evening, George. Good to see you. George says, I believe ego death is more akin to ego reset than actual death. I have a lot of experience with iboga, ayahuasca, and many other such medicines. Okay, Whew. Okay. So the term ego death is a term I use, but it's got a lot of misimplication with it. Okay. First of all, what is even an ego? The ego is, it is everything which we cling to as giving us a sense of mortality and separation from one another. In other words, it's anything that makes us feel real as an individual, not as a real as a being, but real as an individual. So, you know, you've got from the more material to the more subtle, you've got your physical body that you feel that is yours, because that is where the center of your awareness feels like it is. So you feel everything through the modality of your body. In other words, you feel this world through the modality of your body, because you don't feel that subjective internal feeling when you're touching a rock. You know, you don't know what the rock is feeling. You feel like that rock is not me. So that's the first boundary that most of us think of as mortal human beings, is I'm not that, because I don't have firsthand, you know, first person awareness of it. At best, I have second person awareness of it. So that's number one. Number two is the ideas you have about yourself. In other words, everything from like concrete to abstract feelings of, you know, I do this and that happens, and I see my relationship to things. It's all relativistic, right? It's all these relativistic ideas. And then you have things like your name and so on. And as you go, they get more and more subtle and more like, you know, do they really indicate what you are, or are they just ideas, and so on. So they get more and more subtle as you go. So when we say ego death, what is actually surprising about the ego death experience, even calling it that's kind of a misnomer, but the ego death experience is quite literally, obviously most of us have never actually died in the sense that like I died and was buried that I know of. And I have never had a near-death experience, but those who are in a position to compare or discuss and compare say that when you have or undergo an ego death experience, it is literally exactly like when you die physically, like when you get in a car accident and you're pronounced dead for 10 minutes and then they bring you back. It's literally like that. You know, there is this feeling of I'm dead or I'm dying, to the point where I goes away. When I have experienced this ego death, the whole concept of my identity it's discarded. And usually forgotten. You know, there's been a few times where it wasn't forgotten. It was like, I see myself and I'm still there and I'm still present with it, but I am no longer identifying with it, you know? So ego death can have many different degrees, but ego death, nothing's actually dying, guys, because ego is not a living thing. So when you say, I believe ego death is more akin to ego reset, that's correct, because ego is not a living, it doesn't exist. Ego is a pattern. It's a delusion. It's an attachment. So there's nothing that dies. But the reason we call it ego death is because it feels, because of our state of attachment where we feel like this is what I am. When that goes away, when you're uninitiated, that is, you think you're dying. I know the first time I had my, my awakening moment, that first time I had it, I remember I was on the very edge of leaving this world behind. That's the only way I can, I've tried to explain it and it still doesn't make sense, but I was like at the edge of the atmosphere and I'm like, and it wasn't just the atmosphere. It was like I was leaving this whole paradigm behind. I was going to go off into the universe and do whatever. And then I thought, but I want to see what this guy does. Like, I don't want to see it from this divine perspective where I'm watching everything. I want to see it. I want to see everything intimately from that level. And I want to see what happens to this person. I want to see what happens to his family. I want to see what happens to his kid. I want to see what happens to his career. I want to see what he's going to do with his life. I love this guy and I love the people that he loves. And that was like the turnaround. Like, people who have had near-death experiences often talk about, a reason that they came back, or a turnaround, or a spirit telling them, go back, you're not done. That was my turnaround. And I took the turnaround. Now, there's people that don't take the turnaround. And there's actually been times where I haven't taken the turnaround. But that first time I did, I went right to that edge and I'm like, I don't want to leave. In subsequent examples of it, I have completely just abandoned the self. I've just melted back into the abyss. That's the only way I can describe it. There was no me. In other words, there was no D.H. Thorne. There was no concept of a body. It was literally, it wasn't even like a pair of eyes blinking in the darkness type of thing. Like, even that would be more than it was. It was just a complete, I'm conscious of consciousness. Like, that's the only way I can put it. I'm conscious. It's like being in a sensory deprivation tank to the point where you're not just seeing darkness. You're literally blind. You're deaf. You're dumb. You're not dreaming. You just exist and know that you exist. And it's totally blissful. There's no fear. You're not like, oh, what's happening to me? Oh no, I'm dead. It is just the most peaceful, serene experience isn't the right word, but peaceful, serene state of being that I could ever imagine. And as cool as it is, I don't miss it at the same time, because part of me knows that it's always there. It's always the essence of what I am. And it's always like, if I go to sleep tonight, which I will pass into that, just not consciously. In other words, just not with present awareness. I'm still conscious of it, but I'm not remembering. I'm not maintaining that sense of I in that. And even that's not the right way to put it, because there's no sense of I. There's just a continuity. So maybe like that's as far as you can go while you are a mortal being. Maybe you can't go any further while you're alive. That's a possibility. But to me, that seems like that's as far as you go. And it's a wondrous experience. And then everything up to that point, we're talking the kind of stuff that the ancients would describe when they would talk about, other worlds and just stuff you can't even imagine. Like, I've literally, one of the most recent ones I had blew my mind, because while it was happening, I knew that I was witnessing objects in dimensions that you can't see. And what I mean by that is, like you've seen like the picture of a hypercube, and they're like, well, this isn't really a hypercube. It's what a hypercube looks like in 3 dimensions. Well, I saw one in 4 dimensions, that kind of thing. Like, I saw, the problem is I don't know what it looks like now. I just know that I saw it. Like, when it was happening, I'm like, oh, well, that's easy. That's simple. Let's just look at that shape. It makes total sense. And if you ask me to describe it now, all I could say is just imagine this amorphous flowing shape That's all I could describe, because my brain lost that dimension now. I don't have access to a conscious understanding of that dimension. And I've lost it. Like, all I know is that I saw it. Like, that's how little of it translates to this. It's just a realization that I saw it. And it made total sense when I saw it. Maybe that's, we would call that a hallucination if you're like a hardcore. He just hallucinated and he imagined that he saw it. He didn't really see it because he can't remember it, right? The thing is, when you see something like that, you're not seeing it in your brain. Your brain's not generating that. Normally your brain is where you get the various, mortal experiences that you're used to. You're not experiencing a world, you're experiencing a brain. If you really think about it, even if you're not a non-dualist, you're just a hardcore materialist, everything you experience as your life, when you say there's an external world out there, you're really talking about what your brain's doing. Consciousness is not aware of reality, it's aware of your brain. And the brain is not producing consciousness. Consciousness is aware of a brain. And a brain is just a word for an enigmatic quality of the infinite, that when you look at it through these eyes and with this intellect that is, it gets complicated again, because intellect's not just exclusive to the brain. There's processes that are actually ab extra to the brain. The brain is like a kaleidoscope of shit going on, and consciousness has the ability to discern and choose. That's why the mind is the blade. The mind is a sharp blade. It represents the air element. It contains and it divides. And so the mind, as an activity of consciousness, it's not the intellect, but the mind is akin to not the spotlight, but the way you can direct the spotlight. That's the mind. And consciousness is the illumination that, you see, you experience, you recognize. It's the all-seeing eye. And intellect is something you observe with that spotlight, and selectively speaking with the mind. And the mind and the intellect, they feed off of each other. So the mind selects things the intellect is churning up, and it selectively focuses on those things. And this isn't just an opinion. If you understand what's going on neurologically speaking, even in your brain, remember, as above, so below, as within, so without, the things your brain are doing actually correspond to this in a way, because if you really look at like scans, your brain's doing a whole lot of shit, but you might just have like one idea in there. So that means you're selectively choosing what to pay attention to. And that is the mind. The mind is the selective attention of consciousness. So that means that when you are not just dwelling upon this, you can still have some pretty wild, you can actually theoretically put consciousness, I shouldn't say put consciousness, you could theoretically selectively choose a different brain, in theory. And the reason we don't is because of egoistic attachment. And when you experience ego death, you're no longer stuck there. You can actually transcend all that and temporarily jump into other realities, other people, other things. And while it's happening, from experience, while it's happening, it's real. This is why the only doubt I would have that this is real is when I come back here, when I reincarnate, shall we say, when I stop doing that, whatever method I use, it depends on the night or the day. When I come back here, I reassess what I experienced, and I say, well, maybe that was just a hallucination. And I think it's not a simple cut and dry one or the other scenario. I think that there are times that the realities that we see, we'll say in that astral or trance state or whatever, I think sometimes consciousness, the mind, has literally just shifted to another person in another part of the multiverse. I do think that. But I also think sometimes what we see is being generated by the brain. That is to say, not the events are being generated, but the overlay, the hologram, may still on occasion have a lot to do with what's going on here. In other words, you may in fact be dreaming of that other reality, but that other reality you're dreaming about exists and you're seeing it. This is where the multiverse stuff, this is why it's got to be real, because it transcends all of this, you know, binary shit. When you realize what could be happening, what I believe is, what I think is, what I work with, what I practice, and what I've seen, the only time I doubt it and make it belief is when I'm not there. You know, like right now, I wouldn't even say it's doubt. It's like I can only believe it because I'm not there right now, right? I don't have a Gnostic awareness of it right now. Right now, all I have is a memory that's usually badly referenced. In other words, the brain doesn't remember what you're doing. It's more like an index or table of contents that helps the mind go, oh, I've been there. Let me go look at that again. And when you come back, what little is brought with you, one might even argue you're not even coming back to the same person. You might just be coming back to one just like you, but that remembers this. Like this is the part that's trippy, guys. This is, if I try to explain it, hopefully it's making sense. So when I come back to this incarnation, it might not even be the same incarnation that I left. In fact, I know it's not, but for different reasons, which I won't get into for now. So when I come back to this incarnation, I'm coming back to a categorical incarnation, not a specific one. It's like, this is D.H. Thorne. Everything's the same up to this point. And there's a whole infinite multiverse of that D.H. Thorne out there that I could be. And I come back to one that's the most like I remember. And the future can be whatever it's going to be. But sometimes I come back with memory. When I say when I come back, I mean, I dreamt it, so I remember it, right? Like, it's kind of like that. And again, from this material reference, I've got no way to prove it to myself. It's only when it's happening that I have no doubt. And it's only possible through ego death. That is, letting go of the feeling of who I am. Allowing myself to just be the silent witness that can go anywhere. And when I do, it's like this is a sheath. That's why in the Hindu culture, they call it sheaths. In Egypt, they had multiple parts of the soul and all of this. That's what I'm talking about. It's like you insert yourself back in to something, you plug back into something that's a lot like you. And this is actually a way you can jump to other realities. Permanently, potentially. The problem is, it's really hard to jump to another reality if you're still attached, which we all sort of are. Like, if I have that ego death, this is why I think people like Edgar Cayce described their out-of-body experiences as being attached with a little thread, a little silver thread back to their normal self. Because even when you abandon that whole, that's not what I am thing, there's still like a thread that allows you to find your way home. And unless you snip that thread, and I'm not even sure how you would do that, not yet, but unless you snip that thread, you're going to come back, and you're going to come back to something that's either exactly like what you left or close enough so that the wilder the universe you went to, the more unbelievable it will be, and the more like a dream you're going to imagine it was, and the less you're going to accept it as reality. You're going to just say that was a dream. But that dream, if you remember it, will still have impact on your life and how you think. And gradually, over time, you do enough journeys like this, you can probably find yourself. I'm noticing it myself. There's things that 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 3 years ago, I didn't believe or didn't believe were possible. And now I'm seeing things that are like, how could it be any other way? You know, if you asked me 15 years ago, was there a civilization before Egypt that built the pyramids? I would have said, oh, probably not. You know, that sounds like some conspiracy theory, ancient aliens, flat earth type of dumb shit. You know, of course we built the pyramids. I don't even doubt that we built the pyramids. That's not even the point. But now I'm open to the idea, not just open, my opinion is, I'm pretty firmly convinced, not that I couldn't be talked out, but I'm very firmly convinced that the Egyptians inherited the pyramids from an older civilization. The capital may have been Atlantis, and the who knows what the nation was called. Maybe it was called Atlantes or something. I don't know. We don't know because it's 12,000 years ago at this point. But I do believe that existed. I think it's insane to just pretend that it's impossible like the way the mainstream does. It's at least possible. And the evidence keeps piling up that what we think happened is way too conservative. It's like, yeah, I'm sure a bunch of Egyptians literally built all of these pyramids in 100 years or so. Actually, I think it was like 80 years with literally nothing more than dicks. They're swinging dicks, rocks, sticks, and some sand and shit. Because they didn't even have pulleys. They barely had levers. They had levers, but they barely, they didn't have complicated. They had sand, they have pounding stones, they had copper tools, and they worked on substances that are harder than steel. I don't think so. I'm not saying impossible. I'm just saying it strains pragmatic believability. Okay, I know, like, you get enough people motivated, anything's possible, but no, I don't buy it. And that's just one example. We're not even getting into the mountain of evidence for Atlantis, the mountain of evidence that was suppressed, the stuff that we can't even talk about because the bad guys from World War II were into it. And if you bring it up, suddenly people go, oh, what are you, like a supremacist? No, not at all. Not even a little bit. I'm actually the opposite. I don't think that way. But if it's part of human history, I'd like to know about it. Even if it's just theoretical, I'd like to know about it. You know what I think happened? I think they turned everything that the bad guys from World War II were talking about with, like, with their occult stuff, that became the Proto-Indo-European theory. I think that's what happened. And I think that the bad guys from WW2 had a much more esoteric understanding of it. But anyway, that's the kind of stuff we're not even allowed to look at. But stuff like that all of a sudden makes sense. And I'm getting like synchronistic and Gnostic hits regarding, see, what I'm going to say something, and I have to be very careful because when I say it, most of you are going to think I'm talking about sonic or electromagnetic. But this thing that I hit upon, had to do with intonation, vibration, and sound, but not of sound and not of light and the vibration part, again, this is where it gets complicated because you have to remember from that bigger perspective, nothing's moving, nothing's changing, so nothing's actually vibrating. The vibration is more like the way on a record player, when you have the grooves, and inside the grooves there is like striations, whatever, that when the needle goes across it makes the sound, right? Because it causes the needle to vibrate. So reality is more like that record, and consciousness is like that needle. But using vibration, as in from the mortal version of things, it looks like vibration. So when you follow that vibration with consciousness, when you intone, let me just focus on the bottom up. Let's just do that. When you're looking at it from the material perspective, intonation's not just about sound. Sound is just physical manifestation, as is light. All of these things are physical manifestation of the vibration, but the vibration is not material. It's not electricity. It's not light. It's not sound. Those things are just material manifestations of it. The vibration I'm talking about from a modern science perspective would be the fluctuations of the subspace field, the quantum field. I prefer the term ether because I don't know why That's the irony. Like they will be like, ether has been debunked. But we've got this quantum field that's exactly, this quantum field that is time space that is exactly what ether was. But we don't want to call it that because that's too woo sounding. We're going to stick with this other thing because they're all mathematicians. They're not philosophers, by the majority of them anyway. So they don't want to look at it as anything other than numbers bouncing up and down, like almost literally, guys. Like that's the thing that's maddening about scientists these days. They've confused the map for the territory. They think that because mathematics is so good at describing reality, you actually have some esteemed scientists who are starting to think that reality is math. But math is really just an awareness of relationship, an intuitive awareness of relationship. You intuitively understand that when you take one thing and put it next to another thing and bring them close enough together, you have two things, especially if they look alike. You now have two of something. You intuitively understand that. That's the logic of math. That's the logos of math. But that's not math like a mathematician works with. It's just a diagram, if you will. You know, this is why when people say, oh, we live in a simulation, I'm like, yeah, that's like Maya, right? No, it's existing in a computer in a higher dimension. Ugh. You know, that's the problem. People they've never had ego death. They've never transcended this delusion. So they have no way of even acknowledging the possibility that things could exist that are not anthropomorphic in some way. They can't even conceive of the possibility that there's more to this than what they see. And why would they? They've never seen it. They've never had that whoa moment. They've never had the Neo in the Matrix moment or leaving the Matrix moment. It's like what Morpheus said. I can't explain the Matrix to you, but I have to show it to you. I can't explain Maya to you. I have to show you. And so I think that's maybe the issue with that. I'm losing my train of thought, but I think I was getting close to finishing my train of thought anyway. Oh yeah, vibration. Because, you know, if you look it up, like the Egyptian pyramids and some other, you know, sites, and not just in Egypt, if I remember correctly, I think around the world there's some other ones, they have interesting resonances. The Great Pyramids at Giza, I think all of them or just one of them, I forget which, is tuned to F sharp. Like if you go in there and you try to hum and you try to find what note resonates, it's F sharp. Was it always F sharp? You know, some people said that there was an explosion that happened in there. It really looks like it. If you really look at it and look at what people say, it's like, what happened that caused, did it just shift? Why does it look like it blew out? Like what blew up, you know? That's why I say it's probably funny that we all think that these are mystical objects when there's a good chance that they were literally just like the equivalent of nuclear power plants for that civilization. Like, could you imagine people just like worshiping those smokestacks from a nuclear power? Yes, we think that this is the symbol of sacred geometry and it means divinity. Maybe, you know. I don't know. I wasn't there. I'm still working on it. I know, sacred geometry. There's some of you guys that get all off on that. So when we're talking about vibration, when we think of vibration as a physical manifestation, that is just the physical manifestation of vibration. And it doesn't always manifest in a physical way that you can recognize. Time space itself could be vibrating and you wouldn't recognize it, just like you don't recognize the fact that according to current physics, space and time are bent based on gravity. Now, there are other explanations, by the way, that space and time aren't bent. They may as well be, according to the math. They probably are, but that may not be what's going on either. Not exactly, anyway. So food for thought. But the point is that let's imagine it does bend. You know, you could have the space between you and your refrigerator literally wiggling like this But as far as you're concerned, it's still a straight line there, you know? But that wiggling can actually cause movement. You know what I mean? Like, if you can look this up, there's ways that tractor beams could work. And one of the ways that it could work involves using sound or other mediums and causing a wave in it. And if you time the wave just right, you can actually cause an object to move towards you or away from you, depending upon the frequency. You can actually get woo, you can actually pull it. There's videos of this that they demonstrate it with, they have like mechanical things that simulate a wave, and you can put a little ping pong ball on it and it will literally like move it around, you know? Is that what the Egyptians did? Using sound probably though, just because it's a more, you know, accessible vibration. I know that the mythology, according to the Egyptians themselves, included that the priests and a bunch of people would be singing and chanting, and they would strike the stone and they'd put hieroglyphics on it that meant shit, and they'd strike it and it would vibrate, and they would sing and it would float along. I mean, it reminds me a little bit of the, you know, back in the old days, I don't think they make them anymore. Maybe they still do, but they were like these little football and soccer and other sports little tables, and you turned them on and the little, you know, surface would vibrate like a speaker, and you put stuff on it and they just slide around and wiggle randomly, and you get like a game going on. Like it's corny as hell, but when I was a little kid, we used to play with that all the time. We placed bets on it. It was kind of funny. But yeah, maybe that's what they did. I don't know. I wasn't there. But that's been like really something I've really been feeling lately. I've been feeling it, you know, I've been feeling something to it. But does that mean that that's the way it's done? Well, it could just be one way. You know, maybe it's when I did a ritual and a spell to learn how to do like the equivalent of like the closest thing to telekinesis that is reasonably possible. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe I'm learning to be almost like Muad'Dib from the David Lynch Dune, where I have a thing where, you know, Muad'Dib, and I can shoot you with a sonic boom or something. Maybe, you know, maybe that's what I'm aiming towards and don't know it. It's hard to say. But it is rational. It is plausible. You know, I don't know how it would be done, but, you know, that's the thing about nature is if it's plausible to do in one way, it's probably possible to do in another way or to apply it a different way. I mean, think about a rocket engine. That's just fire. You know, it's just pressure from chemical reaction. The only reason it's a rocket is because you're taking something that normally wouldn't go anywhere. It would just go, and you're putting something over it and making the thing go up because you know what I'm saying? So if something exists, we can learn to turn it into a useful thing. If there's a phenomenon, we could theoretically turn that into something, you know, maybe we can't even imagine it yet. You know, I was thinking while I was taking a shower today, I was like, you're telling me, for example, that humanity existed for, you know, 11,000 years or so, 15, you know, I forget what year exactly the Gutenberg press came out, but you're telling me we existed that long before someone figured out this idea of making a movable type printing press? Especially when you're talking about things like hieroglyphics or early lettering. You're telling me that they were carving into tablets and carving into wall, that nobody thought, what if I make little squares, like little runes? We have fucking runes on wood chips. You're telling me you can have that and no one put two and two together. Let's just, you know, create the thing and then just take a piece of thing and just rub it like you do a gravestone rubbing. No one thought of that until then. I find that hard to believe. And if that's the case, I bet you if I look it up, I bet you that there were rubbings. I bet you they were doing rubbings. I bet you they were. But no one put two and two together and said, hey, we can mass produce literature. I find it hard to believe that never occurred to them. It's like, it's crazy to think that they didn't. Apparently they didn't though. You know what I mean? Like everybody knows the printing press was invented in the early Renaissance, late medieval, you know. So isn't it insane? Like, how did they not think of that before? It's like chocolate and peanut butter. It's like, this is like, how does this not go together? Why did it take so long? There is the saying, you don't know what you don't know, you know? So why did it take that long? Because you don't know what you don't know. Hard to say. But by that same token, if it took us that long to think of making a movable type printing press, maybe we still haven't figured out what ancient people figured out because it was just an epiphany for them. It wasn't like, you know, they might have went off in a completely different direction of technology because they had a different epiphany. You know, we figured out how to crack rocks together and make sparks and fire and shit. Maybe they figured that out, but maybe they also realized the vibration of the rocks and said, you know what? Maybe there's a way to use that vibration for something that we didn't think of. Maybe. Maybe they noticed that when they hum, it can resonate in a cave. And maybe they realized that when it resonates in a cave, if they go into the right spot of the cave, it can go so strong, it can actually make you feel sick. Bet you didn't know that, did you? That if you go into a chamber that resonates just right, and you're going with the right tone, like for example, there are places in the world where when the wind flows through the forest on a mountainside, it can create an extremely low frequency vibration. You can't hear it, but your body, you can feel nauseous, you can feel like you're being watched, it can really fuck with you. Maybe they figured that out long before we ever did, for whatever reason. Maybe they noticed the dunes were singing. I don't know. Maybe they just figured it out. And we never put two and two together that way. We just have speakers. Maybe they had more than speakers. Maybe they had something where they could like virtually levitate shit. Not even like up, you know, they don't even have to be able to levitate a stone up a wall to do what I'm thinking, because there are ways to, you know, lever things up like a stairway that's easier than lifting. If you can lever something, like when you're taking a refrigerator up a flight of stairs, it's hard because you can't lever it. You got to lift it, clunk, clunk. But if the stairs were of different width and height, you could just like roll it up the stairs basically, because you're levering it up and you reach a point of equilibrium. So it's easy. You stabilize it, put another rock under it. Now you don't have to hold it anymore. Then you slide it up to the next one and repeat the process. And you just work your way over and over. It's hard as fuck, you know, but it's actually easier than you think. There's ways to do it that are easier than you think. So the question of how they got the stones up the pyramid, that doesn't require magic and UFOs and helicopters and shit. I would make it easier, admittedly. And maybe there was a way. Maybe they could literally make them float. But I'm saying you don't even need that. You only need to be able to get them through the sand. You know, even wet sand, after a while, if something's heavy enough, it just goes into the sand. Like you can't slide it because it literally is burying itself. It's so heavy. You know, I know the whole wet sand thing, but maybe there was like a vibration thing they were doing. Like those little games with the board vibrating. They could just, right? Does it have to be like the strongest vibration? Does the energy have to be enough to lift the stone? No, it just has to be enough to. The cool thing about resonance is that when you get something's frequency, and I know this from experience with other things, like a glass, when you sing at it at the right frequency, it breaks because it starts to vibrate in a way that it actually, the meaning of the resonance in this situation is it's compounding. It doesn't just mimic the sound. Everything does that. When we say something resonates, it means that it doesn't just follow the vibration. It means that vibration is a feedback loop and it actually can vibrate more. Like the vibration stronger than even the sound would imply. So the energy of the sound, it's not like you're betraying, you know, thermodynamics, because the way it's working doesn't do that. But you don't necessarily have to put, you know, a lot of energy into creating enough vibration to get the thing to be easier to slide around. Just a thought. I'm not saying that's what it was. Anyway, I'm all over the place here. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the theory crafting. But those kinds of things, to me, the reason I bring them up, the reason I'm on this tangent, is because that's evidence. And there's other things which I'm not going to talk about because I don't like to talk about certain things. That's an example of something that is manifesting for me. You know, I will know the secret of XYZ. And sure enough, I'm getting ideas. Will they actually pan out into usable stuff for me? Maybe, maybe not. Probably what'll happen is I'll become satisfied with the theories, and that'll be good enough for me, knowing me. Of course, I may have just cursed myself to not actually get it. But I guess you guys see what I'm trying to say. I see there's another super chat, and I have been ignoring you guys for a minute. Let me scoop down here. Where is that super? I saw it, and I lost it. Jay Sauber, what's up, brother? Thank you so much if you're here. I appreciate that so much. Thank you, Jay Sauber. He's here every week almost. All right, guys. I apologize for ignoring your convos here. Let me scroll down. Let me see. Let me greet some people that I didn't greet before. Let's see who's here. Let me get the participants list. What? There's like a lot of you guys talking. There's only a couple. We got Ajna, we got Almanac 13, we got Atropa. What's up, Atropa? We got Joffrey, we've got Ho Biden. Yes, yes. Let's go, Brandon. Wyatt Coverdale. And I know that's not it. Let's scroll a little bit more. Jockster's here. What's up, Jockster? Gage the Mage is here. Non-existence is not here. Let's see. Yes. Almanac 13. Let's see. Who else is here? Badash Philosophy. What's up? No, Badash, you really didn't miss much because I got a late start tonight. You probably only missed like a minute or two. Jen Botza says, what's up, nerds? Jen and I are sort of soft planning a potential future stream together. We'll see what happens with that. We're both in she's mostly in a busy period. I'm not as much. Alpha Draconian, what's up, sister? Let's see. But hopefully that, conversation that I gave about like astral travel basically is of use to you guys. I was just saying, TH spitting mad universal truths like it's any other talk show. I'm just bullshitting, guys. I mean, these are things that I work with. Absolutely. These are my working philosophies, but it is possible I'm completely wrong. Yeah, Jose, I'm not sure about that. The Phoenicians are really fascinating, though. He says, I read somewhere that the Phoenicians came way before the Egyptian civilization. The thing we have to realize is that our idea of history is based upon a lot of guesswork. So we don't actually know what happened at all. There's reason to believe it could be aliens. It's reason to believe that it had nothing to do with aliens. There's reason to believe that the aliens are us, that what we think of as aliens are a breakaway civilization from like 50,000 years ago or something. There's so many different theories out there. I will admit that it seems very, very implausible that that UFOs, for example, are just things that are misidentified, terrestrial stuff. But I want to couch that with the understanding that most of the stuff we call UFOs, including the stuff that's being revealed lately, is our own stuff. Like, I think we've reverse engineered alien stuff. That I do believe. Like when people say Thorne doesn't believe in aliens, that's not true. I just don't think that aliens in the ET, flying around in motherships and invading us I think that's mostly nonsense. I think that there's something more esoteric about it. And I don't think that when I'm talking to Lucifer or whatever entity, I'm talking to a gray somewhere sitting in a meditation chamber that's hearing my thought. I don't buy that for a minute. Does that mean that that could be true for some? Maybe. I don't think that's what's happening to me, but maybe. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that is exactly what's happening. And I just, for whatever reason, I blocked that out and I don't recognize it. You know, you have Aleister Crowley, you know, with Iwas, and the picture of it was literally the closest thing to a gray alien that I've ever seen before gray aliens hit the scene. So maybe. I don't want to say no. I would just rather say this is what I am ready to accept based on what I've experienced versus this is what, you know, I think is a little far out, flat earth type of shit. I don't think that little gray aliens came from Alpha Centauri or whatever, came here and said, look at these orangutans, let's give them pyramids. Okay. I don't think that they would come here to be like, we need a slave force man of these animals, because if they have the ability to travel between stars, they probably have the automation that they need, that they don't need slaves. There's probably next to nothing they needed here. The only thing that makes any kind of sense, if that's even the case, is that they crashed here for some reason. And because they were stuck here, they had to make the best of things. And they ended up, you know, with us, and there's humans are a hybrid thing or something. Maybe. But let's not forget, the Earth is, life itself is what, 3 billion years or some crazy, or a billion, is immensely far back. There's so much time that could have passed where any species between the first amoebas to now, something could have crawled up on land, figured out how to make a rocket and go to the stars. It's possible. And we just don't know it because their technology didn't leave the marks that ours does. Or it was so far back that any marks they left are pretty much, you know, they didn't pollute the way we did or something. So the way they polluted just looks like something else. I know that there is, in the archaeological record, in the stratum of geology, there is a layer around the end of the Ice Age that indicates a massive celestial event, like a comet, but maybe it was a nuke fight or something like it. Maybe. I don't think so, but maybe. So a lot of stuff we don't know. So I don't like to go with it's aliens, only because, well, there's a lot of reasons for it, but I would probably say my main reason is, I need more evidence than just, you know, some people saying so. Some people saying, well, the Anunnaki were aliens because reasons. Maybe. I don't think so. Maybe. And here's the thing. When people say aliens, that is a specific meaning. I'm not saying it wasn't an advanced civilization that came to us from the beyond. I'm saying, were they aliens? Were they little gray ETs that decided to come here? What I think is more likely is that there was an advanced civilization before ours that came from a humanoid race that maybe was what we could be, or they were human enough, or they were humans. Like, you've heard of the Nordics, right? The Nordic aliens. There is that theory that that's what they are, and that they are a breakaway primate that evolved, became an advanced civilization, left and came back, and the Earth was wiped out, and they're like, well, shit, and let's uplift what's left of these different humanoids that are like us. Maybe. I don't know. I wasn't there. I know what the theories are. I've heard them. They're interesting, but I need more than just, you know, some guy with big hair saying ancient aliens. I need more than that. You know, I need more than even the evidence that they say they have. I need to see more. Maybe I will. One thing I will say, though, is, and this is something I've had from this is something that I don't know because I have evidence. This is something that I don't want to say believe or think, and I wouldn't quite say no, but I'll just say my belief is that if aliens were involved, they weren't nihilistic materialists like our modern science is. They were probably more like the civilization of Dune. You know, they were probably more like that. They were probably, they probably had a mystical mindset on some level. And that's probably why, if that's true, that would explain why the elites that run the world today, and for the last tens of thousands of years or whatever, have gone to such lengths to turn human beings away from mystical thinking. And I don't mean like illogical mystical thinking, because true mystical thinking is hyper rational. It's not for the birds. It's not stupid. It's not. This is why I take a shit on superstition, because superstition is not metaphysics. It's not mysticism. Superstition is the Bible said so. Superstition is science said so. Superstition is dogmatic. Superstition is doctrinal. It's irrational. It's literally just, you know, urban myth that becomes urban fact. But mysticism and metaphysics are something completely superior to that and to science even, because science actually comes from that. People go like, science and magic are in a conflict. That's not the case at all. Magic, it's not even the first science. Magic is the holistic study and integration of the truth. Not limited to just bibbidi bobbidi boo or technology with circuit boards or astrology or anything. It's everything. Every field of study that exists today has its origin in the natural philosophers, the metaphysicians, the mystics of antiquity. It's not that magic was early science. Magic is still a very viable and very rational study. But it studies things that you can't see. And so it's not science. That's the thing. When people say magic is a form of science. No. Science is a form of magic. Get it right. Stop trying to act like you're as good as the fucking guy in the lab coat. You're better if you're doing it right. If you're doing it right. I'm just kidding. You're not better. But in the hierarchy, they're in your wheelhouse. A good magician is a Renaissance man or woman or a eclectic student of everything. You're a polymath if you're a really good magician. You're not. Why do you think, like, I know, or I'm going to sound a little conceited here. Why do you think I seem like I know so much shit? It's not just because I'm a little on the spectrum or something. It's literally because I need to know, and I don't mean facts. Like, I don't need to know the times tables. What I want is the principles. I want all the principles. I want to know how it fits together. Now that's math almost, right? That's logic, that's logos. I want to know that. I don't care how many stars are in the sky because I already know the number is uncountable. I don't need to know, that's not to say nobody needs to know. I'm just saying I don't need to know it. But what I do need to know is, what does a scientist think is going on inside an atom, and why does it matter to me? And does that have anything to do with anything else? Of course it does. Because all these things start pointing, if you really study holistically, if you're really a polymath and you really look at what everybody's saying, so you have the establishment view, which is this tiny little, like fortress in the middle of civilization. And within that fortress is everything that they believe fanatically. And it's not always true, but that's what they believe. And their spears are pointing out, and anything that is not within that is pseudoscience, and they resist it. Now, that's not wrong, because you should be skeptical always. A magician should be skeptical. I can't stand when magicians aren't a little skeptical. When people are like, All you have to do is stick this crystal in your behind like a suppository and you'll see God. There's people out there, I could sell crystals to shove up your ass if I had the right cult following. You think I'm wrong? You got people buying bathwater out there, people. Just saying. So I can't stand irrational superstition. That doesn't mean somewhere in the multiverse that doesn't work. It probably does. But in the paradigm of reality that we are in right now, you're not getting enlightenment by shoving a crystal in your ass. You're not getting enlightenment by putting a little copper triangle on your head, you know, and looking like a doofus sitting out there. Come on, it's not. You're not getting enlightenment even with what I'm showing you. Those are the toys. Those are the expressions, the art, and a little bit of technology, yes. But those things don't do it any more than a song makes you cry. The song allows you to cry. The song reminds you of why you would cry. It doesn't make you cry. Rituals don't cause shit to happen. They remind you why it will happen. They highlight the synchronicity of the miracle. So do yourself a favor. Don't limit your study to just the bibbity bobbity and the boo. Don't limit your study to just fringe science, because that's another thing a lot of people do that drives me crazy. A lot of people in the magical community will say, because regular science is so at odds with what they believe and so their ego is threatened. Trust me, that's a big reason why. They won't even look at it. Do you know that I spend as much time studying what the establishment's saying about science as I do the fringe shit? And I don't sit there and say the fringe is right and the establishment is wrong necessarily. I weigh it with discernment. I don't just believe the crackpots, but I also don't just say, well, there are crackpots, so I'm not going to listen to them. Everything. Hermeticism, for example, really, and alchemy, they really require you to be a polymath, to be an autodidact, to be all of these things. They really require it. As above, so below means everything is a microcosm of everything that's a macrocosm. You can't separate anything. If you're just living in a world of bibbity bobbity boo, you're no better. Okay, somebody's going to be insulted right now. You ready for this? If your whole world is just bibbity bobbity boo, you are no less dogmatic and lost than somebody who their entire world is a slide ruler and a physics book. You're both lost. You're both stuck in a world of delusion because you're not looking. You're too busy stuck in your dogma. You got to challenge that shit. Now, you can't challenge it constantly because then you're scatterbrained, but you've got to occasionally stop, reassess everything. This is what I think. This is what I do. This is what they say. Reassess the whole fucking thing. Challenge everything you believe. I challenge non-duality all the time. And I know it to be true, and I still challenge it because there's still this little tiny possibility that I'm misinterpreting something. It doesn't mean that my idea of consciousness is wrong. It just might be that maybe it doesn't imply what I think it implies. That's possible. Remember, like I said, when you're there, you know it. When you're not there, you might have doubt. If you're not living in that ego death state right now, you could easily be like, well, maybe non-duality is just an illusion. Maybe duality is the reality, but that doesn't make sense. So you should be testing it. You should be. Not because you've got an egoistic reason to be right, simply because it's the natural thing to do. To be a rational, wise, integrated person, the only way you can integrate something is if you test it. You've got to challenge it. If you integrate, so for example, if you're building a brick wall, right, that's integrating bricks into a wall. And if all of those bricks suck, that wall is going to collapse. So you got to test those bricks before you stick them in the wall. And most people don't do that. at all. They just go, I believe this and that's that. And the ones that drive me the most bonkers are like the scientism types, the skeptics types, because above all, they should have an open mind and remain skeptical, but they don't. They're just skeptics. They just deny shit. That's all they do. Yeah, as a specialty, that's fine. They serve a purpose in society. But if you're trying to really reach the truth, you need an open mind, but you need a gatekeeper in front of that mind. Theoria Apophasis said that recently. I love the way he put that. You need an open mind, but you need a gatekeeper there that doesn't let just any old thing in. Something there that can guard the door and check the ID and say, doesn't pass the sniff test. We're not going to throw it completely out, but let's put it over here on the probably not pile. Because I don't like having a total trash bin that it just gets destroyed. I don't like that because in my life, I've experienced a lot of things where I have totally discounted something and pushed it into the never pile, and that goes into the recycling trash or whatever, that I wish I hadn't done. Including some of my magical studies when I was younger, my journals. They all got burned. Just a page or two is left that I found recently, like a year ago. Everything else is gone. Because I had pushed that off into the never pile. And I really regret that. I don't mean like it's a life regret. I just mean I wish I hadn't done it. It's like almost like the burning of the Library of Alexandria. Would have everything in there been useful? No. A lot of it would have been bullshit, I'm sure. But there would have been seeds in there that if I had them today, I could be like, oh my fucking God, I knew this already. Here's proof. Here's prophecy that says what's going on right now. I could tell you what might even come next based on what was written. No, all gone, garbage. So don't do that. If you think something's not true, don't just fling it off the edge, push it into a not right now pile. And try to stay mindful of the bullshit. You can call it bullshit, that's fine, but try to stay mindful of it just in case something pops up. You can go back and be like, this bullshit had to do with that thing. It fits in that spot. Maybe it's not bullshit. All right, let's put this on the maybe pile again. You don't call yourself a fucking magician if you're not doing that. Being a magician has nothing to do with the vending machine. I'm getting mad, but I'm not really. It has nothing to do with that vending machine mentality that you see everywhere. You know what those people are like? If you're a Christian or a former Christian, you know what a works Christian is, right? And they're usually looked down on by a lot of other Christians. Christians who are all about works, they're materialistic. You know, they think God's a vending machine that grants wishes. Those magicians that treat magic like a vending machine to get shit you want and don't see it as something more than that, because that, even if the vending machine is a real prospect, it's like when you have a pizza pie and you got 8 slices of pizza, it's not even an eighth of a pizza. It's cut that in half, cut it in half again, cut it in half again, and cut that in half, and you got it. It's such a tiny part of what magic is. Even if the vending machine is true, that's not the point. The point is not the vending machine, because the vending machine is an inferior. That's like silver compared to gold, or no, that's iron compared to gold. Like you're barely halfway up the ladder. Yeah, it's a lot of fun, but this is why in Hinduism, siddhi are considered a trap. That if you get siddhi, that's fine, but you never should go for the siddhi. The siddhi will come. If enlightenment happens and siddhi follow, that's great. No one would say, don't do it. It's just, if your goal is the fucking vending machine, you're never going to transcend and realize you don't need a vending machine at all. It's like I was telling you guys earlier in the stream with the travel, the astral travel. When you come back here, it's not real, but when you're there, it's real. If you understood what that really means, if it really clicked what that actually means, you would laugh at the vending machine magic people. Because what it really means is the entire multiverse is at your fingertips. It's your attachment to this illusion that makes it impossible for you to go to that universe where you have a Gundam or something. Whatever your fucking heart's desire. That's what's holding you back, is you're attached to changing this world. You think that the point is to make this world conform to your will. You don't get it. You don't make reality conform to your will. Reality is infinite, which means everything exists that can possibly exist. So what are you making conform? It's already there. You don't have to make it happen. You don't have to force it to happen. It's already there. You just got to go there. And when you realize that, look, I'm 45, going on 46. Presumably I'll make it to 70, 80, 90. Maybe I'll live forever. Who knows? Between now and then, again, I'm going to sound conceited here. If I'm where we all pretend I'm at now, I know my ignorance. I know what I'm ignorant of. I know what I don't know what I don't know, but I know that I only know a very short list of things for sure. Like 4 things. There's only 4 things that I'm 100% like, you can't ever, I know them to be true. Everything else, it requires at least one assumption or more. Okay, as soon as you have one assumption, it's not knowledge, it's belief. It's a priori at best. So there's only like 4 things I know for sure. As confident I sound, the reason I sound confident is because I know that's all I know. Everything else I can speak with authority because I know I don't know. That doesn't make sense, but it kind of does if you think about it. So if I'm here, imagine 20, 30 years from now, if I'm still doing this. Who knows? Maybe in 20, 30 years, I'll be like, magic's a joke. It's not real. It's, it's all just a dream and blah, 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 blah. You don't need any of that. You can literally just turn it on like a light switch. I'm almost there already in some ways. I don't think the rituals matter. They're just a way. Rituals are not the way. They are a way. Spells are a way, not the way. Meditation is a way, not the way. Chemonosis is a way, not the way. They're all a way. And there's probably an infinite number of ways. But the thing itself is literally, and you're done. It's spontaneous, intuitive, and it happens. That's why I said, even in Become the Maelstrom, which to me is like I'm looking at that like I need to burn that book. I won't. I already said what I said before. I'm not going to burn it. But that's why I said in Become the Maelstrom that magic you should practice magic like performance art, celebrating a thing that is already happening, that's already happened. Don't think of it like magic causes it. Magic is a celebration of what's to come. Treat it that way. And the stars are the limit. Couch your expectations with the realization that even if it happens, you still may doubt it, because it usually happens in a way that's reasonable. So who knows? 20 years, maybe I won't be a magician anymore. Maybe I'll be, who knows? Maybe I'll be, maybe I'll have transcended myself into the gutter. Maybe I'll have a needle in my arm because I know this doesn't matter, and I'm just off in the cosmos. Who the fuck knows? Like, don't put me on a pedestal, because I will find a way to fall off the fucking thing and hit you on the head. Don't think I'm above fucking up. The question is that a fuck up, or did I just realize that this doesn't matter so much that I can do whatever I want? That's maybe. What if the thing that stops you from being a god is you still care about what happens to this? Possible. I would never advise it, especially on YouTube, but maybe the thing you need to do is the thing that you would expect is the worst thing you could do. Maybe you do need to, I'm not saying you should at all. Take this as satire, okay? But for all we know, that's literally what the test is. Maybe the test is to unplug. Be like, oh, he got it. He doesn't believe in reality. So he realizes reality is a mirage. And he wanted to see real reality, which this mirage is based on. So he unplugged from the matrix. And now he sees real reality, which is shaping that matrix. Maybe that's all you have to do. But that's what ego death is. To return back to that square one, that's what ego death basically is. It's a way to do this without actually doing this. That's what dying and being reborn, and Christians call it being slain in the spirit and being reborn through the blood of Christ. Holy fuck, these people. If they understood where that comes from, even. No offense to my Christian friends and family, but holy fuck. If you understood that your religion is not the source of that idea, it is a very late comer. Oh, that's because Satan put that in the archaeological record, and he tricked the other civilizations with the falsity so that Jesus Christ would come and liberate. All right, whatever, man. I don't think so. Whatever. That's your circular reasoning. Go for it. No, I think death and rebirth is the key. In fact, I've sort of decided that, in the system that I'm developing, if you even want to call it that, you can't even call yourself an initiate until you've had that experience once. If you haven't had ego death, you're still in the process of initiating. You haven't initiated yet. Because that's how fundamentally important it is. People think that ego death is the end of the tunnel. No, that's literally like you've opened the door. You didn't even fully step through yet. And if you did, well, you did, but it's like you literally, like ego death is literally like, and that, you have a whole universe mansion to go through now. And the interesting thing is, once you've had that ego death, you can stop there. You can stop before that, but you can stop there. You don't have to refine everything and integrate everything. You can literally, some people, there are examples of people who they have that ego death, that's all they needed, and their whole life is now just enlightened. They don't worry about doing X, Y, and Z. And you get some people who are very smug about that and be like, oh, well, that's the point. That's what you're supposed to. No, it's not. That's no more the point than anything else. The idea that this is why I make fun of people who say, kill your ego. Get rid of your ego. Like that new age mentality. Like, just the whole point is to get rid of your ego. No, the whole point is to transcend your ego. There is a very big difference between transcending ego and abolishing it. Transcending ego doesn't mean that you no longer are aware of it or see it or do it. It simply means you know that your ego is a mask that you're wearing. It's a behavior. It's something you're doing. It's not what you are. Just like a wave is not the ocean, but the ocean is the wave. The mask is not the divine, but the divine is the mask. So this ego, the whole point of ego death is not so that it's gone forever. That's an option. But if that's really what you wanted to do, you're God. You could do that right now. You don't need to do anything to do that. If God was ready and willing to just not be D.H. Thorne anymore, it wouldn't be. D.H. Thorne would still be chattering away. I promise you that, because I'm just a ripple in a giant ocean. D.H. Thorne wouldn't stop doing his thing. Just the divine wouldn't be so fixated right now. Conscious of it. Now, some would argue that that never happens. Maybe. Maybe. I don't disagree with them. I'm just trying to speak of this in like a poetic way. If God was ready to stop being D.H. Thorne, it doesn't need to meditate. It doesn't need to think about it. It doesn't need to do all this crap. Doesn't need to do rituals. It could just unplug or anytime. There's nothing stopping you. You're not in a prison. That's why, like, I'm not sure which branches of Gnosticism don't do this. To my knowledge, all of the ones we know of do. Most branches of Gnosticism say the material world is completely evil and bad, and you're in a prison like in the Matrix, and you got to get out. I don't think that's the case. I think that it's only a prison while you live in ignorance of it. Once you realize that it stops being a prison, and now material reality becomes a garden again, right? Material reality can be the Garden of Eden if you realize that it's just like your slippers. It's not really what you are. That's why I think that in a lot of like Zen and Hindu paths and stuff, it's sort of a tongue-in-cheek thing when they say you can be liberated from it. Because they draw you in with this carrot on a stick and say, you can be free of this material bullshit. And you go, yeah, that sounds great. When do I get my wings and fly into heaven or go into a spaceship or whatever? You know, when do I transcend this body and leave it behind? Ah, yes, any day now. Just keep meditating, because they know that what they really mean is you're liberated from your delusions of it. Like, in other words, the delusions are no longer present. And so now you're free, because now you realize that this isn't holding you back, and you're free. Okay. So that's why I still believe like Zen and Buddhism and all these things are fine, but the way they're practiced has become an organized religion that has a fetish for meditating and escaping. But the ancient masters, the irony is everybody who escapes it sticks around. Have you ever noticed that? The Buddha sticks around, Jesus sticks around, you know, all these guys stick around. All these people, all these saints and sages, they stick around. So it doesn't mean that you just poof and you're gone. And if it does, well, we wouldn't know, because it would just look like they died. See what I'm saying? You know, that's why you have the term bodhisattva. It refers to someone who has attained it, but rejected it just enough because they have so much compassion for everybody that they want to share it with the world. I wish it was that simple for me. I wish I could say that, oh, I'm a bodhisattva. I love the world so much that I just had to come and free you all. Come on. That's such ego stroke bullshit. It really is. No, you come back because it's fun. And you know it's fun. You come back because you love it. Not because you want to save it or anything else. You come back because this tastes good. You come back because you're playing a video game, and like any video game, just because you know it's not real doesn't mean you stop playing it. I like that, Ajna. He says, check out Avaduta Gita. I'll have to look it up. I've heard of it. I will have to look it up. It might be fun, because I actually ascribe to the more lazy method. I don't, you know, maybe that's why I like Taoism, because it's often like you can have a lazy version of Tao. You know, you don't have to go, you know, okay, so there's a saying that Alan Watts had, and he got it from Buddhism, which was that there are Buddhist ways for Buddhists, Christian ways for Christians, and so on. And what this means is not everybody can attain enlightenment by staring at a wall. Some people require pain, like they can only find it in suffering. Some people can only find enlightenment through peace and tranquility. But there's also some people, because their brain is just too intellectual and left-brained, the only way to get them to be enlightened is for them to go so far into that intellectual side that they eventually transcend it. And I think that's what a lot of Western occultism is for. So when you look at like the Golden Dawn, right? Or Thelema or some, when you look at the rituals and shit that you gotta fucking learn and memorize and all of that, that's for people who are so stuck in the machine mind. That's for them, because it gives them this entire Tinker set of 100,000 parts to play with. And while they're fucking around with it, they don't realize that the symbolism of the system is guiding them gradually towards realizing that they are the Tetragrammaton. You begin by thinking Tetragrammaton is God outside. And you think you're invoking that when you're doing your ritual. Then you realize way at the end, or somewhere along the way, oh, we're all Tetragrammaton. Uh-oh. 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 And then whoosh, you transcend potentially, especially during certain rituals. So that's what I think it's for. But I don't think it's necessary. I certainly didn't need it. Did the Buddha need it? What did the Buddha need? Go study the story of you know, Gautama, Siddhartha Gautama. Go study the story. That motherfucker tried everything and none of it worked. But then just one day it clicked through no effort at all. Ta-da! There's no method. There's never been a method. The method is something to keep you busy while you're waiting for fish to jump in your boat. That's why I think Jesus used the metaphor of fishing. That's why I like the metaphor of fishing. I also like the lightning strike mentality. As someone who loves to fish, it's very specific that I say that. I don't care about catching fish. I love fishing. I'm not, yes, I'd like to catch a fish, but I'm not there to catch fish. I'm there to fish. You guys get the difference? I'm enjoying the act. I'm enjoying the nature. I'm enjoying the weather. I'm enjoying the thrill of a maybe. And when that comes on, yeah, that's the icing on the cake, but the cake is fishing. I'm there for the cake. And sometimes cake doesn't have icing and it's still good because it's cake. That's the thing. If you are presented with a cake and a tub of icing, yeah, some people go right for that icing and just eat it up. But that cake is where it's at. The cake makes the icing taste better. Right? So the road to divinity or enlightenment or whatever you want to call it doesn't look like a bunch of goalposts. It looks like you're going for a nature hike with no goal. Somewhere along the way, it's just going to click. It's like you're fishing. You throw your line in and you have fun and you bullshit with your friends. You drink your beers. And then maybe, if you're fishing right, the fish will jump on your line. If you want to get struck by lightning, it's technically possible for it to happen on a clear sunny day, but it's more likely to happen if you stand out in a thunderstorm. So, if you're trying to be enlightened, it pays to do things that enlightened people do. But you don't have to, because nothing you do will cause it. There is literally no ritual, no meditation, no path, no story, no telling, no guru, no book, no magic word, no silver bullet. Enlightenment happens when God, you, the higher self, the divine, Brahman, whatever the fuck, Jivatma, whatever the fuck you want to call Shiva, Lucifer, Jesus, whatever, decides that it's time. When you decide, not D.H. Thorne. D.H. Thorne's gonna be like, I'm ready now. That's just some little asshole that's not real saying that. It's just an ego. It doesn't even know what it means. If it knew what it meant, it wouldn't even have to ask anymore. Do you get it? It's like the moment you know what it is, you don't need to know it. Most people, they think, I want enlightenment. They don't even know what it is yet. They know what it is superficially. They see a bunch of monks, oh, I'm enlightened, and they think that's enlightenment. It's not enlightenment. That's just something you do. Just like breathing is something you do. But you don't have to breathe. You could die. You know? It's just something you do. Awakening doesn't happen on purpose. Thank you, Ajna. I was hoping somebody would find that funny. I don't know if you... Ajna maybe got the fact that I said all of those together. Did you get that I said all those together? Just curious. Prometheus, Shiva, Lucifer, Jesus, Enki, Ea, Thoth, Woden. Although in the Norse pantheon, there's not quite a clear connect. It's usually Woden or Loki. I actually had a friend who he believed that the secret behind Woden or Odin and Loki is that they're the same person. Interesting. I don't know if I agree with it, but I've heard it. I mean, it is just mythology. I like that Almanac 13. Yeah, being a tryhard doesn't work. Exactly. Okay, here, let me give you guys a little secret. Ready? You know those guys that you see at the monasteries, like the Buddhist monasteries or whatever, and they got their robes on and they're meditating and all that shit? You know, they're at these retreats, they're at these isolated places, these hermitages, whatever. They've renounced society. In fact, let me tell you the story I got this from. There's this story about this monk who he dies, and when he dies, on his deathbed, he tells his student who's going to replace him, he says, don't let the cat in. He says, never accept the cat. And then he croaks. He's like, what the hell does this mean? So he turns to a friend of his, and he's like, what did he mean by that? He tells him this story. He says, when the head monk, before he died, when he was very young, he went off and he moved into an area and he found this village, and they were very happy to have him because they wanted to have a monk. And so he moves in and they give him a little hut that he can live in, you know, a little humble little hut somewhere. And he's very grateful. And in return, you know, he does his thing as a monk. But he's only got 2 outfits. And these outfits are precious to him because clothing is expensive and he doesn't have a job. He lives by charity and he does what he does as a monk. So he doesn't have a job. It's literally like he doesn't worry about anything, right? So he's got two pieces of clothing. And one day, these rats come into his home and starts eating the clothing. And he's like, well, fuck, those are my only 2 pairs of clothes. So he starts trying to figure out what to do about this because he can't get rid of the rats. There's just too many. And you know how rats are. If you've ever had rats, you know that they're a challenge, even with good modern stuff. They can be a challenge. Like even fucking moles. Like we had shrews in the house and it was like, oh my God, just getting rid of them without just murdering everything, you know? So he goes around and the villagers say, well, why don't you just get a cat? In fact, there's a cat right over there, a stray cat. I'm sure it would love to live with you. So the monk's like, well, yeah, that's let nature take care of nature. Let me go get the cat. So he gets the cat. And the cat takes care of the rat problem. And the rats are dealt with. But now he's got this cat. And it's going hungry because all the rats are gone. So then he's troubled again. He goes to town and he says, guys, I got this cat now, but there's no more rats or anything. And I don't have any food for it because I'm a homeless guy, you know, basically. What can I do? And they're like, well, give it some milk. And he's like, well, that's a great idea, but I don't have milk. So they let him have some milk. But after a while, he realizes he's a burden to everybody. And he's got this cat and he's getting this milk for free, but it's becoming a burden. And eventually the townspeople are like, tell you what, we've got this nice cow, and you've done so much for us. We're going to give you the cow. So he takes the cow, and every day he's got to milk the cow and feed the cat with the milk. Now the cat's got his milk, and so on. Well, shit, now he's got this cow, and he's got no way to feed the cow because he lives in a little hut in the woods. So then he goes to everybody. He's like, look, I don't know what to do. I've got this cow, and I got this cat, and I got this milk problem. What the hell do I do? So the villagers are like, well, tell you what. You've done so much for us, and we love you. We're going to help you clear cut a piece of the forest and help you plant, and you're going to have grass growing and hay and everything else. You're going to get your own little farm going. He's like, well, yeah, but then I can't, you know. Okay, then tell you what, there's this young widow. Her husband just died, and she's all alone, and she would love to be the wife of a monk. So he's like, oh shit. Okay. That takes care of that. I'll let this woman live with me. Like, we're not gonna, I'm still celibate. I'm gonna keep my vows. She'll come in, she'll take care of the grass, and she'll milk the cow, and she'll take care of everything. And also, all I gotta do is just be her man that helps take care of her. Ah, fuck. Because as time goes on, he's in close proximity with this woman, and he's, you know, he likes that. And sooner or later, they fall in love. And they have a baby. And this man becomes a householder again. He's basically not a monk anymore. He's basically returned to lay life because he's built up this whole tower of responsibilities, just trying to get rid of rats. And so he tells the monk this. When the monk hears the story, he understands, yeah, don't let the cat in. Okay, that's a cute story, right? Everybody's like, yeah, that's a great lesson in life. Don't let everything build up and don't.
Wrong.
Wrong. You know what that tells me? That monk never transcended shit. That's what that tells me. If he truly had transcended, if he was truly an enlightened master, worthy of being a true monk, shall we say, the way we interpret it anyway. Because a monk isn't enlightened, just so you know. Doesn't mean they're enlightened. Doesn't mean that. No. He wasn't done. If anything, all he demonstrated that he was not enlightened. He was not transcendent. He didn't get it yet. Because the enlightened remain enlightened even in the midst of a hurricane or tremendous torture or in the middle of being in the camps of the bad guys of World War II. You can have anything happen and it doesn't take it away. So the higher moral of that story was the monk didn't get it. Don't let the cat in? Don't let the cat in? Don't let the cat in. So it's a cute story. But it actually, you see, it betrays a weakness of that particular tradition where that Buddhist tradition, that particular one. Oh, he would care. It's not that he wouldn't care. It's just that, you know, being enlightened doesn't make you nihilistic, and it doesn't make you like you don't care. It just means that you're not attached. Now, I still have attachments. I don't claim to have no attachments. I know that I can reach states where I have no attachments. But right now, I'm incarnated. I have all the attachments in the world. But that's why we're here. Attachment's fun. And when you respect that, you're no longer attached because you're like, no, I'm here to have fun. I'm here to do it. That's not attachment anymore. You get it. It's a game. Play it. Have fun. Let the cat in 24/7. Exactly, Ninurta. Don't be afraid of the cat. If you're enlightened, the cat is not a threat to you. There you go, Ajna. That's not a bad at least part of the truth. Absolutely. So this is why I tell people, like people like, oh, Thorne, so you're saying that Eastern religions are better because no, they're still religions. Eastern philosophy is fantastic because it's a living tradition that hasn't been repressed like Western mysticism. The reason why the West is so fucked up is because we had 2,000 years of these asshole orthodox hardline fundamentalist religions that told you everything is evil that's not them, and they repressed everything. In the East, I know you're not supposed to say Orient anymore. In the East, sorry, I'm a Gen X guy. I don't even know why it's bad, but apparently it is. In the East, in those traditions, these philosophies are still alive. They're still part of the collective conscious there. And the religions surround these things, but you don't have to join the religion to get the most out of it. What's the purpose of a religion? Does anybody know? If you think the purpose of a religion is to help people, you're only partially right. The people it's there to help are the people who run the religion. It's a business model. Dark Age derp times. I like that. Dark Age derp time. Derp. Burn the wise people. The wisest people in society. Burn them at the stake, please. I'm not saying you shouldn't go to a monastery if you have the option and the interest. I would never say that. I don't mean that. I'm just saying that monks, it's like this. You don't go to an insane asylum because you're well. And a monastery is like an insane asylum. In fact, a good monk will actually tell you that. Basically, they'll use that analogy if they're any good. They'll say, look, this is not where the enlightened come. This is where the people who are the least enlightened come. Because if you're enlightened, you don't need this. This is like an insane asylum for people who need to get away. They need to renounce the world because that is what their attachments are. That's fine. You should be able to admit that. Being in a monastery doesn't make you enlightened. It doesn't make you better. Yeah, you can gather a whole fuck ton of knowledge on the subject. You go to a monastery, you'll learn shit you won't learn anywhere else. Not that I've been there, but I've known, They did say that. I love you, Ajna. Yes. Yes. High million. Let's make it 1 million. Good. You must have went to a good one. Thank you. I'm so glad to be vindicated because not many people will admit that. I go online, I say that, and I get these people who love Buddhism and shit get all mad. How dare you say that about the monks? They are the most noble beings on earth. They are truly enlightened and blah, 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 blah. Now, in fact, if you go look, people only spend sometimes a year or two as a monk, and then they go back into lay life. If they get it, they usually leave. Not always, but you don't leave because you're fed up with it all the time. That's not the only reason you leave that. In fact, you're not expected to stay there your whole life unless you have become the head of the... Now, that would be the difference. Maybe if you're the head of the monastery, maybe you get it. Because maybe you've decided this is how you tick. You enjoy doing this. And that's fine. I'm just talking about the rank and file. And they can gain a lot of wisdom. I don't want to talk down about it because even though I'm criticizing it, and I know I am, I'm not criticizing the philosophy and I'm not criticizing the people like they're bad. And I'm not saying that it's pointless and I'm not being that guy. I'm just telling you that the idea that being in a monastery, a monk will punch you in the face. I like monks, actually. Every single Buddhist monk I've ever met, or lay monk, or lay person who's really dedicated, love them. I've never met one I didn't like. Never. Ah, good, Ajna. Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you for explaining. He says, in my case, it's a serious yoga ashram. They always say it's like a hospital or a mental institution, and it's totally true, and leaving is awesome, but so is living there. Really, I agree with you. That's why I'm saying it's not that it's bad to be at one. It's just don't get this idea that the monk at the monastery is more enlightened than you. If anything, they might be less because they're still easily attached, right? You know, the enlightened can return to lay life and not risk their enlightenment. You know what I mean? If you're a monk that needs to reject the world, you're not done yet. You're still, in fact, I would argue that for some people, the worst thing you can do is resign from the world. Some people, all you're doing is weakening yourself by doing it. It's kind of like if you have depression, your body is saying, I want to be left alone. I want to be in the dark. I want to be, I want to isolate. But the fact is, if you have depression, the worst thing you can do is isolate, sit in the dark, etc. What you need to do is get out of your comfort zone as quickly as you can. I mean, that's not a universal thing, but that's what I have to do. That's what most people I know have depression. That's the only way to help yourself out of it, is to literally just by your bootstraps, drag yourself out of the fucking house and go force yourself into an uncomfortable situation to get the fucking juices flowing again. That's the only thing that works, besides like whatever, medication or whatever. I don't know if medication works. Never bothered with that shit. So if you have a problem where you're attached to society, taking a break for a minute is fine. But I think the point I'm making is, if you can only find peace by escaping the chaos, and when I say peace, I mean spiritual peace. If you can only find spiritual peace by escaping this, then you can never escape. You will never escape. It's always going to have you. It will always have you by the balls. Patrick says, that's how I've been feeling lately. Just want to be left alone. Don't do it, Patchy. I mean, look, we all need alone time. I'm not taking a shit on alone time. I'm saying when you got that depression thing going on and you realize that's what it is, even if it's just going for a fucking walk around the block. Non-existent says you might catch flack for that, DH. Good, fuck them. I'm not scared of flack. Dude, in 2020, I came out and told everyone I was voting for Donald Trump. You think I give a fuck about flack? I mean, really. Look at this face. Don't give a fuck. All right, I do, but I don't give that much of a fuck. I have like, behold my field of fucks. It's got like one little fucking, dandelion in it. That's it. I got that much fuck. Gone. Is done. Oh, the bootstraps? What does that have to do? What does bootstraps have to do with anything? You pick yourself up by your bootstraps. What, is that an offensive thing now? If that's an offensive thing, I'm done. That's it. I'm getting something, and I'm checking out. If that's offensive now, I still do have my come and take 'em poster, if you're talking about me. Let's see. Wyatt said something about energy shift. I mean, there's always an energy shift, Wyatt. There's always an energy shift going on. It's just a question of, is it affecting you or not? I'd have to look. In fact, let me see. I do have an astrology app. Let's see if there's anything astrological going on, because I don't follow it that much like I should. Doop, doop, doo, doo, doop, doo. Well, let's see. Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit going on. There's a little bit going on. So this is what it says for today. After a relatively tough period, you can now start to see some light at the end of the tunnel. You are now able to reap the fruits of your hard work and take a moment to appreciate the results. You may feel stronger than you've ever felt before. All areas of your life start to improve. You can see the rewards of your previous hard work. Projects mature, yeah, and blah 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 blah. So yeah, maybe that sounds like Mars is kicking some ass. Although I don't think it's Mars in this case. He's telling the UN. And yeah, I mean, you know, I'm not going to lie. You guys have been watching me probably for a while. You know that since 2020, I was taking it on the chin a lot. So when I say I have no fucks to give, that's, I'm not saying it's a bold-faced lie, but it's a bit of an exaggeration. It was very concerning, and it was a shadow of mine. And I'm starting to see through it. And you know what's really miraculous about it? The minute that I integrated or started, so if I was going to do a Shadownomicon 2, one of the things I would include in there would be the realization that, you know, you've got to be mindful of the shadow. So once you recognize its face, once you recognize it in motion in your life, once you recognize that it's happening, even if you haven't externalized it as a shadow person yet, like if you externalize a shadow person before you do it on purpose, that means that shit's out of control. That's a ridiculous level. Doesn't happen for most people. But if you recognize you've got a shadow going on that's not being checked, when you recognize that that's going on, the way you integrate it is you be mindful of it. You watch your attitude about things, you pay attention to what you're thinking, what you're not thinking, what you're doing. So you analyze yourself and you watch with your mind all the time. You be mindful. Okay. And once you start doing that, that shadow becomes integrated to some degree, if not totality. It becomes integrated inevitably. So long as you're mindful of your shadow, that's why I say mind the shadows, guys. That's kind of why I say that. As long as you're mindful of your shadow, integration's inevitable. So once I became mindful of certain things and remained mindful of them, I started to like detach from the trauma of it and integrate the trauma and work through the trauma. And then after that, ain't that a bitch? It looks like the spell that I did for certain things years ago to have certain success may pan out after all. And in a very, very interesting way. I don't want to say anything more than that. But it is like that. It is like, it's like they always say, when you're attached to a problem, the magic doesn't work. You got to let go of it. Then it works. And it's like, I was attached to it for 3 years. And when I let go, it was like a huge weight was lifted and I didn't care anymore. I'm like, fuck, maybe we're all going to die. Who cares? Just enjoy your life the way it is. Keep fighting the good fight, but no longer, you're not face tanking everything like you were. Instead of being a bitter face tanky bitch that's mad about everything, just let it go, man. And just, you know, just let it go. Keep fighting, but don't face tank. Don't try to change the world. It's in your nature to resist tyranny anyway. You don't need to try. You don't have to literally, you know, fight everything that's tyrannical to work against tyranny. You can still follow your nature without abandoning everything that you are to that one part of your nature. You can balance again. So once I balanced and I let it go and I stopped looking at it a little bit, you know, I still looked at it, but I arm's lengthed it again. I started to see it's not all bad. I started to see, and suddenly, lo and behold, I see light at the end of the tunnel. And that little bit of hope, just that little bit, is enough. And if it doesn't work, so what? Almanac says, laugh and grow fat, or not. Yes. All right, let's see. Patchwork's been popping money at me. Patchwork, stop spending all your hard-earned money on me, brother. I appreciate it, though. I know Mercury is conjunct Saturn, or should be soon, he says. I can check that in a minute. Any of my matron deities has been on me about observing my thoughts a lot lately. Yeah, I think that's actually something I have, you know, it's not just you. I have been kind of trying to remind people in my life and myself to do that as much as possible. Now, granted, yes, that's true non-existence. I'll get to that in a minute. He says, revolution starts with you first. To be fair, my brain is not very buzzy. I don't have a lot of blah, blah going on in there, you know? And when I do, it's really just like a superficial manifestation of the deep gnosis that's going on. And I'm trying to find words to tell you guys. So if I'm sitting here, just my brain's running a mile a minute with ideas, that's usually because I'm trying to find ways to describe it. I already get it. I'm not figuring it out. I already know. I'm trying to figure out ways to explain it to someone else. If you follow what I'm saying. It's not like I'm putting one and one and making two. I already know there's two. So now I just got to explain to you why it's two. That's why my brain will buzz. Because I'm trying to find the language. And maybe that's why I seem to flow, because I do that so much. But yes, non-existence, revolution starts with you first. And I was trying to cause the change externally when what I should have done was be the change I wanted to see. I am so sick of the division and the propaganda that's dividing us. It's not that I don't think that certain viewpoints are wrong. It's that they're still fucking human beings. I don't have to hate everyone that thinks that way. Some, yes, because they mean existential harm to me. There are people who would love to disarm me or put me in a concentration camp because I don't agree with them. Some of them are on my own side if I had a side. There's insane people everywhere. And this society is breaking us more and more. I am actually looking at society with a clear eye again. And I'm looking and going, man, this whole thing's a shit show. I can see what they have done to you. I can see what they have done to your potential. I can see how they keep you down. I can see all the ways they do this. And it's not something as simple as capitalism versus communism and socialism versus corporatism. That's all Coke and Pepsi bullshit. You know how they keep you down? I couldn't say it in just a few words. It's literally like The Matrix is a great movie because the metaphor of it is perfect. The metaphor of The Matrix applies on so many levels. But they've literally got you guys in a prison of your own mind. That's right, Ajna. We're free-range cattle and don't want to be industrial cage cattle. You're not wrong. I'm not saying I want to be a free-range cow, but if I have to choose, let me be a free-range cow till I figure out how to break the fence, right? And that's harder to do when you're in a fucking industrial cage, and that's what they want to put you in. But they already have you in one. They've got you in one right now. Do you use your phone a lot? Do you use TikTok? Do you worry about your taxes? Do you care what the president does right now? You're in that cage right now. And the best part is they've learned how to give you access to magic in a way that is so corrupted that you can't use it. People are like, oh, well, why don't we get a whole... I've had people on my stream come on and be like, why don't we get a bunch of magicians together to cast a spell and stop it? Oh. I mean, first of all, if you know what Shadowgate was, you already know that that's already a thing in motion. But it doesn't work that way. Not that way, it doesn't. But I've got news for you. You don't have to do anything. The Age of Aquarius is pretty much on top of us. And the symbolism of the Age of Aquarius is the outpouring. And the outpouring is a relief. It's not an outpouring of fire. It's an outpouring of water. Soothing, relieving, knowledge, but especially feminine emotional knowledge. The divine feminine is being outpoured. The water bearer is an air sign, but it's the wet part of air. The feminine part of air. It's the relieving, it's the outpouring. Now, there are fucks out there right now that are trying to take that outpouring and turn it into an outpouring that empowers them. In other words, they're trying to make that outpouring power for them. Now, are they going to succeed? No. In some universe, they will. In some dimension of the multiverse, they will. But no. Not in the one we're on. They're not going to succeed. They might succeed for a generation or something. But the Age of Aquarius is a long time. And the whole next 2,000 years or so, 2,500 years or so, is going to be an outpouring. When it's over, there's a good chance we will return to a silvery age. It'll stop being this time of terrible ruin. So I'm here to tell you that if you're looking for hope at all I have to do is point you towards the turning of the ages and what happened in history and the eras of those ages, how they also matched. Not the modern astrology. That's fine for psychological purposes. I don't even know if I love it for that, but it's fine for that. Classical astrology is where it's at when it comes to world events, history, magic, all that shit. I know people are like, well, you got to use the outer planets. No, you don't. I know that sounds ridiculous. I'm sure the ancients would have concocted them if they had telescopes and shit. But honestly, I think they would have seen those as subtler influences, as things that are for the purposes that they use astrology for. Just like they don't make a big deal about all the other stars that aren't part of certain constellations. They don't make a big deal out of every single star in the sky. They are concerned with the 7 classical planets because they're visible. They may even have had knowledge of them. If you look at the Sumerians, they had knowledge of the other planets. At least that's one theory based on certain art. Is it true? I don't know. At least that's a theory. It's a fringy theory, but it's possible. I don't think that those, Neptune and Uranus and Pluto and Chiron and all of that other shit, I don't think that's fine for that. You know, for psychology. But for actual, like, what's going to come down the pike, yeah, that's all classical planet shit and ages and shit like that. And when you're looking at the ages, if you're looking at a history book and comparing the ages, if you get with someone who's already done this homework, it will blow the whole fucking, all the paint off the doors off, the wheels, everything. You'll just be sitting there with a steering wheel and a chair. If you see that, you go, well, fuck me sideways. Either the powers that be use astrology as the guidebook for what to do, or that's so real that it doesn't matter what they do. And if you really understand the principles, there's no difference between the two. It's the same thing. You understand that they're integrated. They do what they do because of the stars, and the stars are what they do because it's as above, so below. Yeah, I trope, but that's why I said, like, I think for psychological astrology, you're 100% right. I think it actually does have merit. I just think for the absolute, like, Picatrix type shit and understanding, like, the ages and stuff, I don't think that is necessarily. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe if we went back in time and gave the ancients everything we have about the other planets, maybe they would have worked it in. I mean, I know a guy who's going to a lot of trouble to figure out every asteroid in the books and what it relates to astrologically. He's doing. It's probably going to be a great project. I won't be into it personally, but probably going to be insane when he's done. So there's probably people who would have done that, but I have a feeling, it's a sneaking suspicion that the classical planets are what they go by. And yeah, I just get that impression because, and I'm sure whatever they're using today is better than what we have access to. I don't doubt it. Like, just like they probably have fucking flying saucers that they figured out or reverse engineered, and we're still sitting here in little, 777s or whatever the heck the current plane is. We're still sitting here in fucking jalopies and they have fucking hovercraft and shit. So I don't doubt that they have access to better shit than we have. The question is, the fact is, it's not even a question. The fact is they do use it. And if you look at these ages, you see it clear as a bell. The Piscean age, Jesus and the fish, Aries age, and, the blowing of the ram's horn. There's so much, guys, there's so much. And if you look at that and then go, okay, what did all those things mean? Well, what's the age of Aquarius going to mean? You're going to go, all right, I'm not going to worry. Yeah, maybe my lifetime will suck because it takes a long time for these things to completely kick off. But look at the last 100 years. Look at the outpouring of knowledge, technology, revelations. Dude, this is Revelations. I don't agree with the Bible's story of Revelation, but there's no question. Revelation's ongoing all the time, but this age is a revelation age. There's no question. Study your Bible code. It's in there. The whole thing with there's a scene in the Bible where they're trying to decide where to have the Last Supper, and Jesus says, follow the water bearer into his house. Hello! That's talking about when we're going back into that Christ conscious, non-dual awareness, outpouring. That's what the reference is. Why would they include in the Bible a story about how they decided where to go have dinner? Think about it. Why would they do that? Why is that important? Oh, Jesus, where shall we have the Last Supper? Follow a water bearer into his house. Dude, that's like Family Guy filler. Why would the Bible have... The Bible doesn't have filler. I'm not even a Christian anymore. I don't even believe in that shit. I know the Bible doesn't have filler. It's got as little filler as possible. It doesn't tell you, you know, Abraham liked green eggs and ham. Actually, he didn't like ham, but you know, I don't think so. Yeah, no, he didn't like ham. But you get my point. It didn't do that. There wasn't filler. They wouldn't say Jesus followed the guy into his house, the water bearer into his house, if that didn't have a double meaning. So, no, I don't believe the Antichrist is coming. That, you know, there's the great beast and all this shit, and we're all going to go to heaven or hell, and there's going to be, nah. Not in the literal. Not in the literal. In the metaphorical, well, that let's put that on. Remember what I said? Don't throw it off the cliff. Just push it over there a little bit. Push it into the not right now pile. Don't treat that as literal. Don't treat people who read the Bible in any way literal. I mean, there's a story or two you can, but it's really not meant to be literal. It's a code. So if you want to work with Revelations and not see it as just them, Paul describing the Roman Empire or something, if you want to treat that as literally like prophecy of the future, prophecy is never literal. In my entire life, prophecy has never been literal. It's always like interpreting a dream. It's symbolic in some way. It's referential. It's all of that. I'm just reading you guys' chats. I'm taking a break. Patrick says, I need some wine. Damn it, Money. I'm going to call you Money. Stop it, Money. You're throwing money at me. I love it, but stop it. He says, I need some wine. He says, the Christians miss the point entirely when reading literally. Yeah, exactly. It's not that you can't read anything literal. I'm just saying that by and large, 80, 90% of it should be primarily treated allegorically or in some symbolic way as code. Ajna, it's funny because there's so many levels to that statement that are both true but also not true, and then true and then not true and then true and then not. When you say that, you know what I think? Like he says, we're all going to die for sure. Like for certain, we're going to die. You're not wrong. But when I think of it, I don't worry about my body. I think that what that is certain about is the ego. We will all transcend the ego, whether we like it or not. We will all have a moment where the ego just sooner or later. In fact, I'm going to tell you guys that every single one of you have already experienced ego death once in your life. At the bare minimum. In fact, I'm going to tell you, you've probably experienced ego death while you were listening to me today. What? How's that possible? I didn't notice it. Exactly. Because you think ego death is this wild fucking out-of-body experience or some shit. Whenever you're there and you're just present and you're not worried about things, you're not thinking, you don't feel like you have an identity because you're busy doing something perhaps, that is a very low level of ego death. That's like the threshold of it. If you've ever sat there and just been you're not thinking about yourself, you're not thinking about tomorrow or yesterday, you're not daydreaming about anything specific, You are literally, because usually a daydream is in reference to you or what you're, right? So daydreaming doesn't count. Ego death, it has nothing to do with this person you think you are. You could literally be driving down the road in a state of ego death and never realize it, because ego death also has a certain element of, since you're not egoistic, you're not mindful of it. This is why a big practice in Zen is to be mindful, so that when you are in that, you notice it. When the ego has been annihilated or has been discarded, you don't sit there and forget or don't realize how important or special it is. You go, oh, my ego's dead right now. You don't even say that. It's just, there is an intuitive realization of it, and you just continue. Now, that's not satisfying to people. They don't want to hear that, because they've convinced themselves that ego death is this powerful, mystical, transcendental, visiony, and yes, not only does it can be, the first time you realize it, that's usually for a lot of people what happens. I'm not denying that. I'm just saying ego death isn't just that. That's the bells and whistles ego death. The real basic ego death is just, you're not self-centered at the moment thinking about your bullshit. You're just existing in the moment, preferably without a lot of chatter in your brain. I can do that right now. Right meow. I don't need to plan it, don't need to think about it. I just am. And there's no I. When I say I just am, that's me coming back. I just am. But when I was in that, there was no I am. It was just some shit going on. You can do it anytime. You don't need to do anything special. But for most people, that level of ego death isn't enough to break the spell. You got to go further. You got to go to like the sensory deprivation tank, the chemonosis, the deep transcendental states. For most people, that's what's required. Tasha says, yeah, all the characters must die is what I meant. But sure, turn the heat up on all these MRFers. I agree. Turn it up. Let's burn them all. Open your eyes, Shiva. Burn this fucking ignorance out. Burn it. Burn down the tapestry and the delusions. Open the eye. Burn it all. Fucking Cyclops from fucking X-Men. Liquid Parallax says, I have a serious question. How much wood could a woodchuck chuck? Really? You didn't do the whole, now you fucked me up because I tried to say it right. How much wood could a woodchuck chuck really chuck? I need to know. Please help. I'm going to give you a link to Chuck Woolery's website. He is the most woodchuck and chuck wood I've ever heard of, and I bet you he could tell you. And if you don't know who Chuck Woolery is, you must not be my age. I like the way Almanac's smiley face heart and wilting, smiley face rose and wilting rose. That kind of looks like, look, maybe my head's just in the gutter right now, but you know what that looks like to me? It looks like you're sitting there whacking off and that rose is your wiener and then it's like done, so it's just dripping. Sorry. Must be that time of night. Scody says, when you become the boss, you eventually will fight yourself. Patchwork says, that sounds metal as fuck. Burn it all. Hey, maybe that's what the burning is, you know? That maybe that's what the infernal hell is, guys. Maybe that's what the revelation is. It's the burning down of delusion. Hello. I actually had a friend who clued me in on a theory. Now, they're more of a traditional Gnostic, and I tease them all the time because they're, you know, they think the world is just pure hell, you know. And then I have but then I have, excuse me, I'm not talking about them. I know some that are like that, but I know one who knows that that's not the deal. But this one person told me that the book of Revelation is actually the bad guys, the real Satan, in their book of stuff, the real Satan describing how they're going to lose. Or something like I forgot. I have to ask. I have to find them again. They're basically saying that it's like they're afraid. Like that was their. I don't know. I'll have to look it up. I have to find them again. See if I can find. I don't think I will because it was like last year. They told me it's probably hidden somewhere in the chat. Damn it, Badash Philosophy, stop being smart. I'm reading your posts and I'm like, I'm joking now. I'm kidding. No, I like what you're saying there. He says, in the same way, I don't. So he says, my first person experience itself doesn't tell me I'm a male or female. I don't feel like I'm either. I only would remember that that's why I am. Blah, blah. He's saying some good stuff. I hope you guys are reading what he's saying. I'm not saying I agree with every word, but this is good stuff that they're saying. Almanac, what is that? Now you're burning your drippy wiener? And you have two little ghosties looking at it all scared? What the F, man? All right, someone slap Almanac. Someone put him in timeout. I don't feel like doing it. I'm kidding. Almanac's cool. Yeah. We're definitely on a roll, guys. And by a roll, I mean like a rolling boil. And you know, here's the other part of the deal is no matter how you slice it, like Wyatt, you're talking like, I get what you're saying, because if you have any kind of strategic mind at all, you know the globalists are losing so bad right now. Because the worst thing that could possibly happen is for everybody to realize what they're doing before they finish. And enough people realize now that they're not pulling it off without a major hitch. Like they're basically like, imagine someone being dragged and they're just like, that's what they're doing. And they still have all that they're holding the reins, but the horses are looking back now. If you ride horses or have ever ridden in a horse-drawn carriage or something like I have, you can crack that whip and do all that shit all you want. You can be like, come on, little doggy. You can do all that shit. But if that horse decides that you're a fucko, you're gone. It's not going to do what you tell it at all. And so even though all these people still hold the reins on all these different levels of power, the people, the horses, at least half of them are saying no now. They're starting to drag their feet. And they're starting to pull away. And it's not about sides. It looks like it's about sides because right now it kind of is, but it's not really about sides. It's not about left versus right. It's not even about us versus them. It's about tyrants versus free humanity. Free humanity comes in all different shades I don't agree with communism. That doesn't mean that I think it by itself is tyrannical or that it's bad or that you can't do it in your own life. I don't want to be forced into it. That's all. If it's an option, I might even take it on. If it works, if I see like a beautiful commune and people are living well and they're not struggling and they're not forced to stay in it and they can leave and come again, and it's just a working system, oh, hell yeah. I'll give it a shot. I'll consider it. Sounds like fun. Maybe that's what I need. I'm not saying it's better. I'm just saying I'm not like, oh, hell with this. That's my ideological tribal enemy. No, I used to, till I woke up and realized how stupid it is to be so divided. They use the commie versus capitalist and socialist versus this. They use that so we don't come together and say, did you notice that they're full of shit yet? No, they want us all going, well, Biden's the bad guy. Well, Trump's the bad guy. Trump's the bad, Trump, Biden, rabbit season, duck season, rabbit season, duck season, blow. That's what they're hoping happens. It's still working, but it's working. It's starting to backfire. It's time for everybody who loves to be free, who loves and has compassion for humanity. We need to come together. We need to do this in a big tent way. We have to find a way. We're not quite there where it's easy, but we got to find a way. We've got to find a way to cross over and shake the hand of people we normally don't agree with and stop marginalizing everybody with extremist and fundamentalist attitudes. You got to stop looking at, if you're a straight white male in the conservative right, you got to stop looking at everybody on the left like they're woke, and everybody on the left, you got to stop looking at everybody on the right like they're fucking fascist Nazis. You got to stop now. Both of you fucking stop. Yes, one side could defeat the other. But if that happens, we all lose. All of us lose. I do too, Atrope. I want to see it live on TV. I want them to get like industrial wood chippers, and that's all I'm going to leave it at. I'll let you use your imagination. Patrick says the propaganda wouldn't be necessary if they were winning. Someone's paying attention. Good boy. That's my man right there. Patchwork gets it. I'm going to read this. Hold on. Let me see this thing. All right. So here's the thing about the Pentagon mothership. I knew it was a little bit of false news. So the Pentagon did not admit there's a mothership. I don't know where you got that from. The Pentagon basically put out this thing talking about how it would be possible for aliens to come to our system with probes that are being launched from a mothership. Maybe Oumuamua was that mothership, but that's not what they're saying. Here's what I'm going to tell you right now. The powers that be need a distraction. They need to take everybody's eyes off of everything that's going on. They need you to stop looking at the Biden laptop and Epstein Island and the election fraud. Look, you want to know why I don't talk about Trump like he's bad? Because I don't have to. All you have to do is literally walk through a fucking airport. They usually have CNN on, and all you're going to hear about is what Trump did wrong, even though he's not even president right now. So I don't have to tell you what's wrong with Trump. Most of us know already. If you have a brain, you don't need me to tell you he's a bombastic, outspoken, often wrong. He's a PR man. He's not the idea man. He's not the one who planned all this. He's the frontline guy that's there to take the bullets and say the speeches and press the buttons. He's not, I'm sure he's got some input. He's not the guy. He's just the front man. Now, I prefer him, or I prefer his side, but I don't like most of the people that are on that side. Isn't that interesting? I like people more like Jen Vatsa, and I generally get along better with people that consider themselves on the left, personally. Isn't that interesting? That tells me that we're being divided to be conquered. I'm not saying that I don't support Trump. I do. He's the only monkey wrench being thrown at the whole machine, and he's working really well. Exactly, Jen. Is it that hard to meet in the fucking middle? I'm not saying that we have to compromise the important shit, but that's the point. The important shit we don't need to compromise on. Sane people agree on those things. And we're being made to fight so that we can't take that thing that we agree on and use it as a platform to stop them. So going back to that Pentagon UFO thing, the Pentagon is, I mean, you're talking about military industrial complex, spooky motherfuckers. If you think the Pentagon is on your side about anything, you need to get the fucking corporate tit out of your mouth. They're not on your side. They're a machine. And they serve whoever's pulling the levers. And you aren't pulling the levers. It's a big club and you're not in it, as George Carlin would say. You are a commodity. You are the cattle. And they want to keep as many of you alive right now and on their side and happy to be in a prison as possible. So why are they all of a sudden everything's UFOs? I'm not saying UFOs aren't out there. I'm not saying there aren't flying saucers. I'm not saying there aren't aliens potentially. All I'm saying is if the government's saying, look, we got UFOs. Let me repeat that. If the government is saying, or the media, if any of these corporate things are suddenly all neutral, there's UFOs flying around everybody. What are we going to do? You know what that tells me? Now is not the time to look up and look at UFOs. Do you hear me? If the government says Jesus just came back, it says it in the Bible. If it says Jesus is here, don't go there. Sorry for shouting, honey. I just realized you're sleeping. Meaning, if the powers that be tell you, here's the shiny, stop looking. Stop. They're lying. That's all they do is lie. Unplug. People want this to be fucking close encounters and the aliens are coming. Nothing's coming to save us. And if they're out there, they're waiting for you to do it yourself. They're not going to come and land on the lawn and take Biden away or enslave us. They could do that already if they're here. If they're here, we are a fucking bug on the windshield to them. If they care about us, it's because they are us. They're our ancestors or something. If they care at all. So if they're telling you there's alien motherships, not only are they not alien motherships, they're probably projecting them there. Yes, Project Blue Beam, exactly, liquid parallax, exactly. Or something like it. It's been the playbook for all this time. And you know why it's amusing to me? is because they're still continuing with the playbook, even though it's backfiring now. It's like they're stuck. If you know anything about how big organizations work, they can't handle sudden changes. And the way Trump et al., again, I'm not even saying you don't have to like Trump. You got to respect the fact that what Trump did threw a monkey wrench into their whole fucking plan. So you don't have to like him. You can think he's the devil and you could vote for Bernie or something. I don't care. Just at least respect the fact that that motherfucker shook the whole thing up and changed things so fast that they can't keep up, and they still got to stick to their plan. And they've got a timetable and a schedule, because they're not talking about one country or even one state or something. They're talking about the whole fucking world. To get the whole world into the system that they want, it's a very complex machine. And if you fuck any one of the fucking parts up, that whole machine, okay, take a car and fucking throw a fucking monkey wrench into the fan. Does the engine stop? No, the whole fucking thing keeps going and it starts tearing itself apart. They can't stop. That's why it's so damaging when you throw a monkey wrench into this shit. So, if they're going with aliens, and Endurja says fake alien invasion is one of the last things in their playbook. I'm not disagreeing with you. But just because it's one of the last things in the playbook doesn't mean they don't start it now, if that makes sense. It's kind of like when I used to teach martial arts and was more in shape and used to fight a little bit, sometimes I'd play with people. And I would do something way early on in the sparring match or whatever, set them up for something later. For example, maybe I would keep feinting or jabbing. They're blocking it. The real purpose was to hit them with a good hook or something. So if they're bringing out the UFOs now, they're normalizing it. Now, I have a theory. I might have brought this up on the last stream, which says that back in the day, they knew all about a lot of the stuff that they have now, the technology. And that they needed to normalize it. And so you had like Jules Verne and these people. And as it entered the collective conscious, they could release it. The other side of that is it was just that it entered the collective conscious, and that's why it exploded. Either way, it kind of has the same look. So it could be either one. But the theory I have is that, like in the 1800s, they already knew about a lot of the stuff that they have now. Not now, but a lot of the stuff that they were gonna have. Like they already had someone somewhere. Maybe they were talking to aliens already. If you want to play that, play that. Maybe they were talking to aliens. Maybe they were like, here, we'll give you some UFO shit. If you can figure out how to use it, that's great. And let us abduct people, like all the conspiracy people say, let us abduct people and practice with them and do shit. And we'll give you this technology. And when you guys are ready, you can come and join us in the Federation, whatever the fuck their plan is. I don't care. And they started that in the 1800s. And so you had Jules Verne and all these people writing all these things to prepare people for the coming age. It's possible. Yes, Project Bluebeam is the name of the PSYOP. Yes, it is. David Fury asks, can their plans survive a second term with Trump as president? Their plan won't survive. Doesn't matter who's in charge. I know that doesn't sound reasonable, but it's true. Their plan won't survive now. Not the way it is. You've heard the saying, no plan survives first contact with the enemy. That's proven right now. The enemy responded. And so their plan is foiled. The thing is, they didn't just have one plan. They have a book thicker than my dick. All right, maybe much thicker than that. Maybe thicker than anything. You get my point. They have a fucking book like this fucking big of plans. And that's just the table of contents that's that big. So it's not like they're out of plans. It just means that too much of the truth has come out. Too many people are skeptical of the government. And of those people that are skeptical of the government and corporations, too many of them are justifiably skeptical. You can't get them back. They're not going to get those people back into the fucking system. There's people ready to just not pay their taxes anymore. There's people ready to, there's the level of shit that is already come out it's unsurvivable for them. The only thing they can do is like press the button. There's not much left. They must still have some plan. They probably figure they probably think that what they're going to end up doing is consolidate. Or that's what they hope. They probably want to balkanize the United States and then consolidate after that. That's probably what they want to do. They figure they'll write off half the United States and then they'll write off the United States. They'll take half or whatever piece they can keep from it. And then they'll continue their plan in Europe, etc. But they're getting too much pushback. I don't think they expected it. I think that they were fooled. I think that they've been hoisted by their own petard. Trump will cancel Trump. Guy's an erudite boob. I strongly disagree with a lot of that. He is a bombastic, loudmouth, uncouth guy. At least he plays that guy. But that's an act, mostly. A lot of that's an act. I've seen him when he's calm and trust me, I've seen it. They don't show you those scenes on these shows. They don't show you those scenes on these interviews. They show you when he says the dumb shit. Trump has been canceled by everything and he's still winning the hearts and minds of Americans left and right. You can hate him. And you might be right to hate him. My guy was Ron Paul. I would take Ron Paul today in his prime over Trump anytime. Ron Paul is the one who speaks for my views that's still living. And Thomas Sowell to a little bit of extent too. To a great extent, actually. Thomas Sowell and Ron Paul of living people are the closest to what I believe in. So if I defend Trump, it's not like I'm defending Trump because I'm a Trump fanboy. If I defend Trump, it's because I know that he's being lied about, that they're misrepresenting him. But so's the good guys. The people I say are good guys. They're not really. You get what I'm saying? I'm not defending Trump because he's great. Defending Trump because they're lying about him and he's hurting them so bad. You ever hear the saying, the enemy of my enemy is my friend? Have you ever heard that? He's the enemy of my enemy, so he's my friend. He's not my friend like I'm going to kill for him or die for him. He's my friend like, keep killing them for me, please. Keep beating them, please. Look, I know that his uncle took Tesla's secrets. Did you guys know that? Did you know that Trump's uncle was the one who took the remaining trunks from Tesla that never turned up? Do you know he was involved with that? Do you think that's maybe why Trump is untouchable? Why they don't assassinate him? Do you think he's got something? Do you think that he's part of something bigger than him? Do you think it's just fucking Trump? Are you that fucking... I'm not accusing I'm not speaking to anybody personally here. Not even Scody or anybody. I'm saying to the audience at large, are you so fucking stupid that you think it's just Trump all by himself? Or he is the head of the snake? You think small. Just like you think small if you think Biden's doing it. Biden is a puppet. Trump's a puppet. They're all the end of strings. Now, is Trump a total puppet? No. He is like a brain bug puppet. He's not a puppet the same way Biden is. He's more like the way Obama was, or still is. He's a lieutenant. He's a captain. I agree, Jen. No, I agree with you on that. It's the people that treat Trump as a second coming of Christ that freak me out. A lot of that is blowback, though. So I want everybody to be objective for a minute. Step back for just a minute, because if you're with me this far, you get it a lot. So let's all step back for a minute. Okay? Let's be objective. Jen, I'm going to speak to you personally for a minute, because I think you'll understand when I put it this way. When everyone was attacking EA, what did we do as friends of EA? Did we sit there and say EA sucks? No, we talked about what a good person he really is. I'm not saying he's flawless. I'm not saying he doesn't do anything wrong. I'm not saying he doesn't have some psychotic problems and shit in his life. He'll be the first one to fucking tell you that. But is he the monster, the Nazi monster that everybody tried to paint him as? So what did we do? When we came to help him, we said a lot of good shit about him. We acted like he was a saint for a little while, comparatively. So this is what happens when someone that you are with is being attacked. You overcompensate. You act like this person's the best ever. You act like Trump can do no fucking wrong. And the problem is the average person is so dumb that turns into real. In other words, it starts off as a reaction, a knee jerk. Trump's not bad. He's actually pretty good. Over time, you get so defensive that Trump is a god. Now, to be clear, when it comes to what he's accomplished, his ego, his ability to, he is effectively a mortal god. I'm not saying that like I think he's like wonderful. I'm saying that the way the ancients looked at things, he would have been recognized as something. Because he's had all kinds of help, but he has put himself as the figurehead. He is the one that is the point of that spear. And I'm not saying it like, oh, I love him. I'm saying, let's be objective. Is there anybody on the left that is a real leader? That is like a real force to be reckoned with? Bernie Sanders, no, he's gonna be dead any day now. He's nothing. He's never been that important. Don't tell me Bernie. Don't tell me that there's nobody else. Not even on the right. The whole world is circling around Trump. Why? Think about it. It's even in the Bible if you look. He might even be the Antichrist. Shit. I've actually joked around with people that love him. I'm like, if you read your Bible, he ticks some of the boxes for an Antichrist, I'm just saying. The one who comes and saves us all from the horrors of shit going on, and then he will reveal himself to be Lucifer, Satan at last. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. That would be quite the brain fuck if that's really the truth. That would be quite the mind fuck. I mean, Scody, I don't need him to be a sweetheart. That's why I wanted people like Ron Paul once upon a time, because I wanted somebody reasonable who would be an intellectual Spock type to tell everyone why this is better. But you know what? There's nobody else, not on the left or the right, that is attacking with effectiveness who is standing up as a leader. Here's the problem with a leader. You know, you ever hear Lincoln say, you can please some of the people all the time and all the people some of the time, but you can't please all the people all the time? Trump's not going to appeal to everybody. And I'm not defending him like you should like him. It's just that, you know what I see when I ask people why they don't like Trump, 99% of them regurgitate shit that the mainstream media says about him. Very few of them can actually point to the things that are legitimately bad. It's not that they don't exist. They do. There's plenty of reasons to say Trump does not represent me, because he doesn't represent me fully. He is the lesser of all evils right now to me. That doesn't mean he's good. It just means that I know I can survive him. I can't survive the other side. I can't survive the woke. I can't survive the Bidens. I can't survive the globalists. I can't survive any of that shit long term. Not only do I mean that in a material sense, I mean that in a spiritual sense. I cannot live in a cancel culture fucking, you know, social credit, corporatistic bullshit world. He's against the same corporations the left is. If you look, you'll see the things that everyone's mad about. This is a little bit too political, Almanac. Yeah, you're not wrong. I don't want to be all about that. I'm only defending him. So I have this thing that I do. Okay. If you know me really well, you know that I have a tendency when I see the scales tipped all the way and I realize that someone's got their thumb on the scales, I stick my thumb on the scale on the other side to try to balance it. So if I seem like I'm carrying a lot of water for Trump, what I'm really telling you is the system is aligned against him, and that's why I like him. That's what I'm telling you. I'm telling you that the system that I have identified as being completely and utterly, not just insufferable, inexcusable, is against him. And I would prefer to have to deal with Trump and the try-hard conservatives for the rest of my fucking life. I would rather deal with the potential of a coming satanic panic because I know how to beat them. They're beatable. This globalist system that they're pushing, if they get that capstone, you're dead. All of you. And there's no hope. So you don't like mean tweets, that's fine. He's only going to be around a little bit longer. And you know what's going to happen when he's off and he's shuffled off and he's no longer, maybe he's dead or something because he dies or whatever. When Trump's gone, they're going to give you another person to hate. And it's going to be whoever's leading after him. I see people going, I hate DeSantis. Why do you hate DeSantis? Because they're telling you to. What, Scody, did you vote for Trump? If you voted for Trump and you're saying all these things, I want to hug you so hard because that's genius. I love it. If that's the case, that's fucking hysterical. I don't know if that's what you're saying. Even if it's not, I'm going to say that if that is, you didn't just earn a point. You earned, like, if I had a tray of brownies, I would give you the whole fucking thing because that's like, I hate the man, but he's the best weapon we have because that's how I see it. I don't hate the man. You know, I don't know the man. I hope that's what you meant. I hope I got you. I hope I didn't miss your context because that's making me laugh. Like you're tickling me if that's true. Like that is the greatest fucking shit I've seen all day. Like Trump's this, he's an asshole that, he's a dickhead, he didn't do that much great, but I voted for him. That would fucking tickle me so much. Scody says, yes, I want to hug you. I want to hug you. Take a tray of brownies. Oh my God, that's fucking fantastic. George says I voted for Trump because I think he's the actual Antichrist. Accelerate, accelerate. You sound like the fundies. Accelerate. Oh God, you guys are great. You guys are making me laugh tonight. I'm legitimately laughing on the inside. That's right, Atropa. I have never once heard him spread hate of any kind. Has he said things that sounded a little insensitive? Yes, he's a goddamn boomer. I sound insensitive. Hello? Hey, Jen, do I sound sensitive? Do I sound sensitive? I'm not, I mean, I am sensitive, but do I sound sensitive? Do I sound like I'm very considerate of people's feelings? Am I a little rough around the edges? Do you think I can do mean tweets? Do you think I can sound like a boisterous, bombastic asshole? You're damn right I can. So no, just because he maybe doesn't sound the nicest, he makes fun of his enemies and shit. That's not, you know who's spreading hate? I can tell you who's spreading hate. You know why I can tell you? Because I got death threats the minute I admitted I was voting for Trump. Let me repeat that to you. You want to know which side's spreading the hate really? The moment I said I was voting for Trump, this one asshole says they gave me a fucking death threat and said they were going to rape my wife. Do you hear me? Are you listening? Now, is that happening in the other direction? Probably. Because people are fucking crazy right now. So who's spreading the hate, though? Is Biden spreading the hate? Well, maybe a little bit with his whole Christian fucking nationalist shit, maybe. He's certainly dehumanizing the right, but the right has been dehumanizing the left this whole time too. So they're kind of tied. Neither side is better than the other. They're all fucking sick. Because we are at war. We're just not at a shooting war. This is a culture war. This is a history war. This is an information war. Here's what's going to probably happen. Something like this is going to happen. Now, I've been telling you guys it's going to get worse, and it has. It's just not getting worse in a way that you feel, obviously. These banks collapsing, all this shit. It's going to be bumpy. It's going to hurt. I'm still waiting for the big surreal kaboom, but maybe we stopped that. I don't know. I predicted a big surreal kaboom of some kind. Maybe that's coming, or maybe that happened. Maybe it's the Twitter files. I don't know. Maybe it's not surreal to me because I'm ready for it. Maybe for you guys it's surreal. I don't know. You know, you have the fucking Ohio thing, you got this, you got the wars, you got the... So maybe it is a little surreal. Maybe. That's very possible. But what I think is that if we're looking a little bit further down the road, assuming everything goes the way it looks like it's going to go, a lot of you guys are going to be in this weird catch-22. Your ego is going to be, you're going to have to check your ego big time. Because as things come out, because they're going to keep coming out. If you're paying attention, things that are coming out, if they came out 40 years ago, the whole world would have been in an uproar. One thing, just the Twitter file shit by itself would be enough to have, there would have been breaking news, bong, and like all, Congress would be meeting. It would be just insane. And we're getting the equivalent of an atom bomb of a revelation, like at least twice a week. If you're paying attention. If you're not paying attention, you're just like, who's playing at the Paramount this week? You guys want to get tacos or... Sorry, Jen. If you're not paying attention, you don't know the mountain of shit that's dropping. That's why I say they can't go back. They can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. So in a couple of years, at some point, what you're going to see is all of those people who swallowed the Kool-Aid all these years, they're going to be playing this game where you're going to see some people that are going to pretend like they knew all along. You're going to get people who voted for Biden who said, I never liked the guy. And I always knew he was bad. And, you know, I just don't like Trump. They're going to rationalize it. They're going to act like they did the right. I will give them credit and say that, hey, based on your knowledge, you did the best you could. That's what I think is true for 99% of people. But some of that's going to hit the other way too, by the way. Don't think it's all going to go one way. Because I think a lot of you guys think that this is a left-right issue. It's Republicans versus Democrats. No, it's not. No, it's not. If you're paying attention, you know it has nothing to do with that anymore. Just like in a war, you put certain things on the back burner. Now is not the time to be bickering over, well, we'll just, you know, what to do with welfare. You know, George, my wife and I almost moved just outside of Scranton. I love that area. It's so beautiful. We really did. We actually called it Los Scrantos because when you're coming over, when you're on that like ridge area and you're coming down on the side that Hawley is, you know, the east side of Scranton, when you're coming on that ridge with all the shit, it feels like you're coming into Los Santos from GTA 5, so we called it Los Scrantos. I really wanted to move out that way. I thought it was so peaceful and beautiful. Like, I was like, man, this kind of has the best of both worlds. You got country right here, and then you got 2 cities within driving distance. That's dope. Yeah. I don't know if you love living there. I don't know if I love living there for long, but I certainly loved what I saw. That looked like exactly like for a little while. I really wanted to move out there. Actually, we had a house we were looking at. I think it was on Elm Street. And it was a little too pricey for us. And it ended up getting tore down anyways. But it was like right on the edge of town, right on the edge of Scranton. Like right, like you look down a road and there it is, you know? And there was tons of green everywhere around. Oh, man. Oh yeah, that's the, yeah, I've seen that. You know, George, when we drove through there, I was like, I wouldn't want to work like late at like my wife. I'd be like, I would make sure you had your gun, you know, make sure you get your carry permit. Actually, PA, you don't need it, right? I think they have a open, yeah. Yeah, they never show up. That's true. Scranton's pretty fucked, man. It is pretty fucked. I know from a friend who lives down there. They're like, Scranton's not great, but you really got to avoid what is it? The southern part. I can't think of the name of it right now, but there's a name for it. Yeah. No, I have no idea why. I have no idea where you'd get that. Yeah, I believe it. Scranton's just it is like a it is one of those shit cities. It is. Honestly, there aren't many cities that you can point to and say that's a great city, is there? Unless you count like the little suburban cities. Like the city that I grew up in, it wasn't a city when I grew up in it, but they named it as a city long after. And it's fine. Like, yeah, there's some bad areas, but those are obvious. Like, you just don't go there. You don't go to that part of the town at night. And actually, what's interesting is, you know, when, you know, it's kind of a sanctuary area, if you know what I mean. And when a lot of the Spanish people moved in, at first, you had MS-13 problems, and that was bad business. You didn't want to be there at night. You just didn't. Maybe I could, but even I, because, you know, when it was all African American and all that, I knew a lot of people, so I could walk around there when it was that. But once the Spanish moved in, and especially when the MS-13 was there, it was like, oh, don't go out at night, man. Just when it's night, just drive through. And if you drive through, you know, you should be fine. Like, and don't go to the taverns and shit at night unless you know people and shit. Just avoid it. Now it's really not bad at all. Like, even at night, like, because when Trump came in, there was a lot of cleanup that happened, and a lot of those guys were like, they hated Trump at first, and then when he became president, they liked him because he got rid of the MS-13 guys, and they were all like, hey, this is actually pretty good. He's not coming after us. He's going after the gangs. So that was an interesting thing to see. You know, it did get cleaned up a bunch, so it's not bad anymore, but there are still parts of where I live. There's some bad areas. I grew up in like the worst area for a couple of years, like 2 years. I lived in the worst area, like the worst. It wasn't like Chicago where you hear guns every night or anything, but it was definitely bad. It was you know, cities are convenient, but they're unnatural. We all know that. Human beings are not meant to live in close proximity to so many other people. Let me find something for you. I want to give me a second, guys. Talk amongst yourselves. I want to find something for you guys. That if I can find it, I'll read it for you. It's something I wrote as a comment to somebody on Facebook, and it was hopefully I can find it, because when I wrote it, I was proud of it. Yeah. I'll find it eventually. I don't know where it is, but I have to find it. I know it's here. I really want to find this, guys. Sorry about the dead air. There we go. Okay, I found it. All right. So this was a comment to somebody who had said something about, this is what they said. Do you want proof that you're a magician? Treat people accordingly and watch how many of them turn into rabbits and hop the fuck out of your life. Your life will be magical as fuck. And I was in that funk because this was a couple days ago, but I was thinking pretty clearly. And I said, it's pretty clear that humanity was never adapted to the societal density we have today. None of us are meant to live in these deeply neurotic, overcrowded communities. Where once most people saw one another as having some degree of familial or fraternal value, say a member of your tribe whose well-being matters, it's all devolved into a simple matter of taking advantage of whoever you can, then moving on when you outstay your welcome or get called out for your bullshit. There's almost no consequence for shitty behavior because we can always make new friends. And online, this is magnified like a billion times because a new friend is always a click away. And you have billions of people you can burn through. But once upon a time, treating people like crap meant you got shunned from your tribe. And this could be, and often was, a death sentence. I'm not saying this is the better life, because obviously that in turn can lead to other problems. You have societal conformity, you better be part of the tribe, etc., etc. But in my investigations into these kinds of tribal societies and antiquity, it at least appears superficially to be the case that people aren't anywhere near as traumatized and neurotic as they are now. Yeah, they still had murder, rape, theft, all that shit, but there isn't the overall sense of isolation, loathing, and contempt for our fellow human beings that is becoming more and more normal as the size and proximity of our social cages shrink. How many of us have jobs we would otherwise enjoy if not for the management, coworkers, and customers? How many live in places that are virtual paradises with all manner of convenience and contrivances to make life feel better, yet we hate it because we don't like or know anyone? I think we're locked into a kind of societal death spiral of codependency. None of us truly wants to be alone, but very few of us can feel any sort of connection to anyone these days, let alone a sense of compassion or respect. Yeah, maybe you got a partner or something, but you don't have a tribe. You're alone, most of you. We need one another now, as we always have, but biologically and psychologically, we are being pressured and stressed by modern civilization to the point where even a loving relationship is a perilous, toxic environment filled with dangers, pressures, traumatic triggers, things which tear us apart, things which wouldn't exist if we all lived in small groups, no bigger on average than maybe 200 or 300 people at most. And those groups being confederates, in other words, all these different groups in a confederate alliance with one another to maintain peace and order. But now most of us encounter more people than we're wired to meet and comfortably tolerate just waiting online for a Big Mac. In other words, when I used to work in Manhattan, I would go to this McDonald's and literally, like, the place was huge. It was like a small, like, I don't know, it was huge. And if I'm telling you they had 10 registers open with lines out the door, I'm going to say like 200 people minimum in that place at lunchtime, minimum. So when I say most of us encounter more people than we're wired to tolerate waiting online, and I don't just mean people we know, I mean strangers. We meet more strangers just waiting online for a Big Mac than our ancestors would have in their whole lives half the time. Think about it. You're a person living even in like a city state like Athens or something. You probably don't live in the city. You probably live on the, you probably have a farm. You probably know most of the people you're ever going to know. Like that you're not going to, most of the people are, it's like a small town vibe. It's just bigger, you know? Our technology and culture have evolved faster than our biology and psychology. While there is no technical reason why we should not thrive, in other words, we got all the food and shit we could want, our psychology and biology is constantly under unnatural pressures. And that's not even talking about the intentional attacks by politicians, propaganda, etc. Meanwhile, in antiquity, you met a stranger, you kept your weapon handy just in case, because deep down inside, there was always a chance some shit could happen. And deep down inside today, we all secretly wish we still lived that way. Even if you don't know it consciously, your body knows it. Your body knows it doesn't feel safe when it meets a stranger. So deep down inside, we all feel stressed out when we're meeting people, when we're encountering people. We don't know what they stand for. But now, all of that's changed. Now we're all expected to be bosom buddies right out of the gate with no tribal intimacy or bonds or ties to bind us. In fact, we've resorted to wearing emblems of our tribe. I'm in the Trump tribe. I'm in the Bernie tribe. I'm in this. That's the only way we can sort of give each other the benefit of the doubt. But unlike antiquity, where people were expected to be at not odds, but to be sizing each other up and skeptical, we're expected to treat everybody like they're great. But here's where it gets really dark. Because of the way modern society is, there's no consequence for burning through people, for treating people badly. But Thorne, there's a consequence. I lose my friends. And how hard is it to make a new one? Making friends with strangers today is no safer than it was back then, and deep down we know it. But it's also much worse because instead of worrying about them gutting us to take our shit, we're worried about them betraying us and attacking our feelings and being petty, and there's no repercussion. Look at some of the people, I'm not going to name names, but some of the drama starters in the online occult community. Do they have trouble making new followers and friends despite burning through so many people? I'm not going to name anybody. You all know who I'm talking about, a couple of them. Jen certainly does. Is there any consequence for their shit? Because all they got to do is just keep doing what they do, and enough gullible fools will find them and they have a following. You can't burn your reputation significantly enough to truly stop somebody anymore. If I kick you out of my circle of friends, you'll just go find another one. You're not going to hurt. You don't have to worry about starving. You don't have to worry about being attacked. You don't have to worry about anything. I'm not saying we should attack each other. I'm just saying you don't have to worry about anything. There's no repercussions that matter. Which is why the system is creating reasons. They're creating social credit scores and cancel culture and all that shit. Because they're trying to make it so they can pressure you. I'm not saying fear of death is better, but I will say Ron Howard wasn't wrong when he said what's in this meme. And the meme was, civilized men are more discourteous than savages because they know they can be impolite without having their skulls split, as a general thing. That's the state of things. You know, we are, like Fight Club said, we're a generation of men raised by women. That's not even the bad part. The bad part is we're a generation of people that have been raised by television, and not just television like, you know, Mr. Rogers. We're a generation of people raised by fucking Jerry Springer. Think about it. It's not that you couldn't be able to watch that. It's that all that did was like reinforce your own toxic shit. Because you're like, well, at least I'm not as bad as that person. So, when you wonder what's going on, I want you guys, everybody, if you like homework, it's not long. In fact, I'll make it easy for you. Give me a second. I'm going to give you some homework. If you haven't done this, you owe it to yourself to do this. It will take you maybe 10 minutes. And you can do it right after you're done. And I got to be careful. I got to mute something because this will probably autoplay and then I'll get a strike. So give me a second. I want every single person. This isn't even homework. This is a pleasure. I want every single person to go and put this on your list to watch either tonight or first thing tomorrow when you got the time. It's 10 minutes long. If you're not familiar. This is also one reason why I respect the living shit out of Graham Hancock, because if he knows what this is all about, he probably is a hermeticist himself. He's probably a fucking hermeticist. He's probably part of the great revelation, the great outpouring. Probably what he is about. It's just my little, that's just my little suspicion. I think he's an agent of the outpouring. He probably knows it. And if not, I came from a dimension where that's true. Listen to that And tell me that's not a hell of a lot more accurate than any other prophecy of the times that we're in. Now you could say it's literally perfect because it is a good observation about what happens to civilizations. But the time that we're in is literally that. We are literally in, you call it the Kali Yuga, you call it whatever, in Thoth's prophecy. Thoth's prophecy. I made it up, George. Agent of the Outpouring, I made that up. That just came out. Use it if you want. But for real, when I first read that, I almost cried because it's bang on, dead on balls accurate. So, is Thorne wrong? Maybe. I don't need to be right. I know I think I've got a pretty good idea of what we need to do. I think I got a pretty good idea. Jen said it before. If she and I can come together, then almost anybody can. Good job, Patchy. I think you're going to love it. Not only are you going to love it, if you're not familiar with it, you need to read it. There's a reason why so much of Western occultism is based on it, because it's bang. When I say bang, I mean like really bang. This is a great book for it because it's like handbook sized. They translate it in a way that's more relevant, because if you read the old translations, it's like, what? So they put this in a little bit without changing its meaning. They put better context with it. It's a great fucking edition. This is, if you're interested in Hermeticism, start here. This is the book to start with, in my opinion. This is it. This is a perfect primer. In fact, if you only read this one and stop, you're still good. If you read this and internalize it, I mean, this is just as good as reading Shankar or something. This is good shit, okay? It's really that good. To at least a strong degree, you are right, I believe, George. And the thing is, I think that that's already happened. Because as much as people on the left don't want to align with the MAGA people on the right, that MAGA group, whether I like them all or not, that's a huge, it's more than, anybody who says like MAGA is like the minority, you're not paying attention. They're able to completely counter cancel culture now, to the point where it's like, okay, cancel me, whatever. If you can do that, you're not the minority anymore. Just saying. Either that or you're such a sizable minority that it doesn't matter. So, but I agree with you though. I think that I don't want, so here's the thing. People think MAGA is conservative right wing, and it mostly is, yes. But when MAGA got its feet off the ground, it was a big tent that included conservatives, libertarians, and several other, like you even had left-leaning conservatives, left-leaning people. It wasn't like it was all, Nazi right-wingers or something. In fact, a lot of classical Republicans don't like Trump. That's why you got DeSantis stepping in. But it's not a minority anymore. And it's not about, let's put it this way. I'm always an early adopter when things are a good idea. I'm very rarely the last one on board. And I was one of the earlier people on the MAGA boat. I was in the early adopter crowd, although I was also in the early, like, fuck this guy crowd, by the way. But I ended up in the early adopter crowd for him. And not because I loved him, because I'm like, nah, this is the guy to fuck everything up. Let's do it. This is the bull in the china shop. This is the one. Nobody else is viable to do this the way I want. Let's use him to fuck everything up. And it worked. But now this early adopter is telling you that it's time for us to cross these party lines. It's time for us to try to come together with what matters. It is time for that. That doesn't mean that it's time that we do it all right now, but it's time for those of us who realize it to try to make some efforts. That doesn't mean you can reach everybody. I don't mean that. I'm not saying go find that person, you know, with the green hair that thinks that you're an evil white male and all that shit. They're beyond hope. But the moderates, the people like Jen, the people like me, the people who like Russell Brand, the people who are in the middle when it comes to division purposes. Look, I am far right when it comes to economics, and I am far libertarian when it comes to social, meaning I'm an actual liberal, not a leftist liberal. I'm an actual liberal when it comes to social issues. I want you left the fuck alone, with very few exceptions. Like pedophilia, for example, doesn't get no play with me, but your gender is your business, man. I don't give a fuck about any of that, except that if you're a good person, then I support you and you be what you are. Like, I don't know why it's got to even be an issue. You know what Fleshy says? One of the reasons he likes me is it's not even an issue with me. It's not even I just treat him as a fucking human being, and his sexuality is his business. And when he tells me about it, I'm proud of him. I'm happy for him. And if he's having fun and he's not hurting any, fucking beautiful, man. Fucking be whatever, dude. That's never been a big deal. It's just how you treat people. If you treat people like shit, then you suck. Like, don't be a dick. It's that simple. I don't give a fuck what you stick it in. Just don't be a dick about it. Don't hurt people. It's that simple. It shouldn't be more complicated. It's not a Bible thumper. I don't think you're going to hell for being gay or whatever. Leave kids alone. Yes, leave the kids alone. You don't need to convert them. Don't be a fucking, I mean, that goes for straight people too. Your job is not to convert people to straightness. Leave people alone. Let people develop. Let them grow. Other than that, there's not a lot that I'm not okay with. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm a humanitarian at heart. A Luciferian humanitarian at that. I want you to be free, and I want you to be responsible for yourself, and I want you to have the best life you can have. And if you just so happen to be incapable for whatever reason, you got a disease, an illness, whatever, and you need help, I hope people come to help you. I hope you never have to be cold and hungry. That's not too much to ask of the world. It's really not. So I think it's time that we all, if you're smart, you're going to make a list. Scotty says, get my, damn it. I'm not, man. I don't actually make brownies. I'm on keto. Can I give you virtual brownies? I'll give you virtual brownies. Ah, man, I had to open my mouth. I don't even know how to make brownies. I'm not a baker. I'm more of a fryer. You know why I couldn't be president, Wyatt? Because the shadow that is the most dominant in me is Ron Zale. And if I became president right now, I don't think I would be popular for very long. Not with all the people that want balance. Because I would probably go on this fucking tirade of destruction. And that's actually the worst possible thing. It really is. I'd be rounding people up. Like, if you made me king of the world, I'd be rounding people up. They'd just kill me because I would just be too much. Like, they couldn't. I wouldn't be a good president. I don't want to be that kind of. I don't want it. I don't want it. I barely even want to run my own Discord. I know Plato said people who don't want power, blah, blah, blah. Don't care. Don't want it. Because I know that it would fuck me up. I know that I would I would either fuck up or it would fuck me up or I'd fuck everybody else up. There'd be a lot of fucking. It's just not. You want me to be an advisor to the president? Sure. I'll be his court wizard. Sure. I'll do that job. I am not doing the job. You know what I mean? I don't want to sit in the chair. Not for that. No. I'm not going to give it to you, Wyatt. You're going to be worse than me. I know you will. I've seen in your eyes. I know what's in there. Here's what you all need to do. Everybody, you need to go, if you really want to be objective about this and you really want to be intelligent about it, you need to make a list of things that matter. And then a list of things that are important and of things that are not important. You need to prioritize right now. What is your priority? Priority 1, freedom and human rights. It's a good category. So what does that mean to you? What exactly does freedom and human rights mean? And I don't mean individual scenarios. I mean philosophically. What do you mean by freedom and human rights? Where does the line get drawn? Where does my freedom end and your freedom begin? Where does my freedom end and my responsibility begin? Where do these things begin and end? You could be lazy about it and say, I'm just going to go with the Bill of Rights and Constitution and be like, hey, that's a good foundation. I don't disagree with you. That's a good foundation. I would love it if that was the world's constitution. That'd be fucking fantastic. We'd never have to worry about globalism again. I don't mean like globalism is bad because we're cooperating. I mean globalism like we're creating a global government. You'd never, if you had a good constitution that was effective, you could get around a lot of problems. All right, so freedom and human rights, that is priority 1. Everything else falls by the wayside compared to that. So long as that is in place, I don't care what economic system is in charge. I don't care what people's favorite ice cream is. I don't care if you like Twitter, hate Twitter. I don't care if you like Trump or hate Trump. I don't care if you're Christian. I don't give a fuck about anything else because we're protected by that one thing. That one thing is locked in, freedom and human rights. Everything else is completely, I don't care. Now, freedom is a double-edged sword. Because when we say freedom, what do we mean? Do we mean do what you want? Well, of course, Thorne. Freedom means do whatever you want. No. It means you're responsible. Believe it or not, true freedom doesn't mean you get to do what you want. It means you're responsible for what you do. You're responsible for yourself. You're responsible for your family. You're responsible for your choices. Because freedom means nothing without responsibility. Otherwise, it's just total chaos. So freedom requires responsibility. They're almost the same word if you think about it. Because to be truly free means you don't have somebody helping you necessarily. At least not by default. True freedom means you're on your own, bitch. So be careful when you say you want total freedom. Could you go, build a log cabin in the woods by yourself? Probably not. Maybe not well, anyway. Maybe you could, Alpha. I'm just saying the average person, probably not. So freedom and responsibility are like that. They're like the same thing. Human rights, on the other hand, that is the safety net that makes sure that your freedom doesn't get to impose on somebody else. So you say, I'm free to speak my mind. Fair enough. But you're also responsible for what you say. Okay, fair enough. Okay, but when I say you're responsible for what you say, if you go tell that crowd of people that they need to go burn that old lady at the stake because she's a witch, you are as responsible for her murder as the ones who lit her on fire. Oh, yeah. So there is The limits on freedom, the edge of freedom is the freedom and rights and responsibilities of others. That's kind of like one of the fundamental principles of like libertarianism, besides the non-aggression policy. The basic fundamental principle is your freedoms end where the other person's humanity begins. Just like I say with sexuality, you are free to do whatever you want so long as it's with a consenting adult. That's a really simple rule, isn't it? I don't know why I got to complicate it with all this other shit. It's really simple. You don't have to worry about it. It takes care of itself. That's another thing freedom does. It's natural, because nature has nothing to do with rules. Only humans stick rules on each other and on the world. Nature is free. It does what it wants. It does what it does. The Tao is free. The Tao cannot be contained. So any system that respects the Tao will work. Any system that goes in violation of nature will not work. Systems that try to control do not work. Oh, they last, but they don't work. You see what I'm saying, the difference? You know, when I say it doesn't work, that doesn't mean it won't last for thousands of years. Empires last for thousands of years, even though they are often an affront to nature, but they don't work. They actually don't work. They are constantly in a state of chaos, crisis, destruction, pain. It's like an ice skater trying to ice skate uphill. Nature doesn't like empires. Nature likes harmony. And in harmony, there's winners and losers. But nature likes that. It doesn't like empires. It doesn't like authoritarian. It just doesn't. People say, oh, the law of the jungle is kill or be killed. That is true, perhaps. But it is not true that the one who wins that contest actually wins. The reality is there must be balance. There must be harmony. And harmony is fluid. Harmony is a swinging pendulum. It's not a static thing. It doesn't just stay balanced. It's sometimes the good guys win, sometimes the bad guys lose. But when we're talking about building a civilization, we're talking about a civilization that respects nature and the flow of harmony and freedom of people to be what they are. And human rights blocks that from hurting one another. So if your priorities are human rights and freedom, everybody listening, pull back. If that's your priorities, human rights and freedom. Is someone who voted for Trump or someone who voted for Biden automatically your enemy? Well, that doesn't make sense. No, the people that are your enemy are the people who want to hurt, the people who want to restrict, take rights away, limit your freedom. Well, who is that? Well, that you got to do on a case-by-case basis if you're talking about the average person. But when we're looking up, who is that in society? When you're looking up into society, who's telling you what to think? Who's telling you who can talk and who can't? Who's telling you all of this stuff? When I look at that scale, the establishment, bang, that thing slammed down. When I'm looking at the non-establishment, they got a couple pieces in there. The conservatives, especially when it comes to the abortion issue, some of them get it right. And they say, okay, abortion's okay, but we need to have some sane limits on it where it's not like, you know, you can just forever have abortions until, you know, grown-ass man is aborted by their mom or something. There has to be some rational stopping point. But then you get the fundies who are like, no, even the morning after pill is bad. And so they want to, they don't want you to have chemical for chemonosis. They don't want you to have abortions. So they're wrong. I disagree with them. I'm a moderate right to choose type. I think you should have the right to do what you got to do. That's just that one issue. But that's an example of an issue that I think they're completely wrong about on that side. But the thing that's fucked up, if we're talking about that issue, is last year when that all went down, I actually agreed with the decision by the judges because Roe was a terrible way to solve the problem. Roe was meant to be a stopgap so that they could then create policy through Congress and the Senate. And they didn't do it. They just leaned on Roe and said, that's enough. But it wasn't enough. That was a Band-Aid. It was never meant to be policy. It's not policy. That's why it got taken down. Because it never became, it was just literally a stopgap that was just let go. It didn't solve the problem at all. It just passed the buck forever. And the reason it passed the buck forever is because the politicians wanted that wedge issue to use for votes. That's all. You think the left give a shit about your body, you dummy? They just wanted to be able to take your votes every couple of years by saying, those guys over there are going to take abortions away if you don't vote for me. They don't give a fuck about your abortions. Dummy. Neither do the people on the right. It's just power. It's all about power. It has nothing to do with any morality. It's all about having power. Power. That's all it's ever about. Power and money. That's all it's ever about. Yeah, you get a few ideologues, a few fundies that really, but the average person, the average political groups, they don't give a fuck about the issues. They care about the power that they can get out of it. That's why they're such hypocrites. Don't you get it? That's why they're hypocrites about it. That's why they'll be like, all abortions are bad. My daughter is going to have an abortion. Don't tell anybody. Because we can't have a baby out of wedlock. We're going to piss off the other Christians. You know what I'm saying? They're all hypocrites because it's all about power. Now, if you don't like abortion, do I think you're a bad person? Nope. Oh, I like abortion even more. I don't think you're a bad person either. I think you're just different. You have a different perspective. It doesn't make you a good person or a bad person because you like or hate abortion. It doesn't make you a bigot or whatever. It just means you've got a different perspective on it. But everything's turned into this twisted us versus them thing. It's disgusting. You can't even disagree. What I think should happen is it needs to be, we do need a federal, or at least, you know, we have a state by state law about it. I think we should have a federal, if we're going to say that, you know, it should be at the federal level, then do it. Should have been done. Countries or companies. Exactly, Ajna. Exactly. You're not wrong. When people, so this is one of the things that I don't like about the typical normie on the left. Not everybody. I'm trying not to generalize, but this is one of the things I don't like about the typical normie on the left. They will sit there and say, I hate these corporations. Let's ignore for the moment that they're usually typing that on a goddamn iPad cell phone, or, you know, they've got, you know, a fucking gas guzzling avalanche in the driveway or whatever. Let's ignore for a minute the fact that they're total NIMBYist hypocrites. Let's pretend that they're legit for a minute. So all these people are saying, I hate these big corporations. They're all evil. I boycott corporations. I hate them. They're not fair. They don't care about gender. They don't care. Okay. You've got, that is your thing. Okay. Now what's your solution? Well, I think the government should be big and strong and should put them in their place and should regulate them. Okay. You don't see the cognitive dissonance there? Well, of course not. That's a corporation and that's government, and government is by the people. We should use them to crush the corporate. Okay. Do you not know that government is literally just the biggest monopoly of corporate power that exists in any given hemisphere or region? You don't like corporations. What do you think a government is? It's a corporation. Well, they're not a business. No, They're not a business? How many millionaires emerge from government after just a single 4-year stint in office? How many people can be a starving bartender from the Bronx and walk away a goddamn millionaire after just a few years? You're telling me government's not a business? Wake the fuck up. Of course it's a business. What do you think the military-industrial complex is? What do you think you think Congress and the House and the Senate, you think all of this is for you? You stupid, stupid dupe. You think that's for you? You know, when this country was founded, you could get away with so many people in government, meaning not many, because there weren't that many people to govern. Now we're talking hundreds of millions of people that are being represented by 4 people. You're telling me that my state, how many Congress people and senators do we have coming from New York? 2 senators, I think, and then the rest is I'll have to look up. I forget. I think it's a few Congress people, but I'll have to look it up. Do you think that they represent me? Any of them? Do you think any of them even give a shit? I'm a bug on the windshield. My whole town is a bug on the windshield. My whole fucking county's a bug on their windshield. They don't give a shit. They don't have policies that they care about. They're not doing a job for me. My ancestors scream, no taxation without representation. Are you being represented? Am I being represented? Really? Do they really have our interests at heart? Of course not. If government is not a business, then what is the IRS? Yeah, that's basically just bills receivable. it's just the finance department. You know, that's another thing. The word democracy. People have been brainwashed with that word. They think it's a good thing. Because on paper, or I should say superficially, the idea that we all get a say is great. The problem is that's not really what democracy is. Democracy is not that we all get a say. It's that the majority gets to say. That's what democracy means. It doesn't mean we all get a voice. It literally means if you get 51% of the people to say we should sacrifice the other 49, then that's what we're going to do. It's 2 wolves and a sheep deciding on what to have for dinner. So democracy, by definition, is not freedom. It's not really balance. It's nothing good. What you want is a constitutional something. Now, you can have a democratic system, but democracy is not what you've been told. Why do you think that the establishment, especially on the normie Democrat in America side, is saying, these are a threat to our democracy? They're not saying your democracy. They're saying our democracy. Read the NLP Bible, for fuck's sake, and understand what they're doing. They're a threat to our democracy. That's a crafted statement that's meant to trigger in your brainwashed mind, just like Make America Great Again. These are slogans that are meant to twist the knob in your brain and make your eyes just glaze over and you go, hell. You don't even know what they're really saying. Our democracy. They don't mean your democracy. They never did. If they meant real democracy, listen to me. Sorry, I'm pretending like I'm arguing with somebody. Listen to me carefully. If you think that they really meant democracy, wouldn't they just be like, a lot of people like this Trump guy, we should respect that? If it meant what they say it means, don't you think that if they were really into democracy, that they'd be like, hey, we got at least 49%, probably closer to 50 something percent, who like this guy and his vision. We should just let them coexist at the minimum. Is that what's happening? Come on, guys. This isn't rocket science. It's right there. It's obvious. This is why I know more than 80% of this country is totally brainwashed. I mean, it's like you're getting hit on the head with a baseball bat and you're asking me what's for dinner. Like you don't even know. Like, you don't even see it. Well, maybe you guys do, but most people don't. And there's plenty of that shit on the right. But again, one of the reasons you don't hear me attacking the right or MAGA or Trump very much is because I don't have to. The propaganda is so thick. If I pull up my window shade, it's literally out there going, do you know why Trump sucks today? Like, who are you? Look at this chat in here. Look at the chat in here. Most of you guys are on the enlightenment spectrum. Like, you guys are heading into awareness. And I still get people going, Trump sucks. Okay. But you notice the parroting. No offense to you guys that are doing it, but do the rest of you guys notice the parroting of Trump's a hate spreader and he's this and he's an asshole and Now, to be clear, do you notice the parroting on the right? Do you notice the same thing? I do. Because I lurk in both of the two camps quite a bit. I study what the enemy does. It's what I do. I'm smart. I don't just study what my side's doing. I study what they're doing. You know what I see when I go into like leftist or anti-right groups? Almost the exact conspiracy theories. Almost word for fucking word. They've got their own version of Q almost. It's madness. It's all propagandized tribes. And everybody's been broken. Nobody sees humanity in one. And I got news for you. If you don't think that you're at least a little brainwashed, you're totally brainwashed. I know I'm a little brainwashed. I've had to work against some of it. I had to deprogram some of my deprogramming. It's like crazy. It's completely crazy. It's hard to deprogram that shit. It's really hard. It's probably the hardest deprogramming you're going to do besides like deprogramming the ego itself. Because the reason it's such a big deal is it's actually a very quintessential part of our modern ego is our culture and our political and our social alignments and identities. Because all of that makes the ego more real. If you're somebody living in a cave somewhere who doesn't care about government or culture or society, you've got that much less ego to break down. That's why people renounce the world. That's why. That's not usually why they maintain that, but that's usually why they do it initially. So we're sitting here, even in the game of who's a sheep and who's not a sheep, and we're all pointing fingers at each other. And very few people are pointing the finger. You ever notice nobody says, I'm a sheep? I mean, why would you? But you ever notice that nobody even asks the question of themselves? Am I a sheep? What am I a sheep about? Do I fall into conformity with some group? Am I brainwashed about something? How many of you guys asked that question? Ever? I don't mean today. I mean ever. I'm more of a did I ask myself today kind of guy, especially lately. Do you guys ever ask? Maybe some of you do. I'm not accusing, I'm asking. Do you guys ever ask? Do you ever ask yourself, am I swallowing the Kool-Aid? Am I believing the propaganda that I prefer? Or am I really free thought? Man, that's hard. That's harder in a lot of ways. And I'm telling you this, I'm not making this up. It's a lot harder in a lot of ways to ask those questions than it is to say, am I a real person? It's easier to deprogram your fundamental ego equation than it is your social equation, than it is your societal equation, than it is your political equation. It is so much harder to debunk that. Because your literal bread and butter falls off of it. It literally, everything in your life. And people say, well, I'm not political. Yes, you are. You just don't know it. You think that you're staying out of politics is some kind of a badge of honor. But all you're really doing is submitting to the people who control you. That's all you're doing. Oh, I don't bother with politics because it's all bullshit. Fair enough. I don't blame you. But you do realize that all you're doing is let the people who rule you that much harder, right? It's not like you're stopping them by doing that. By being apolitical and not caring about it at all and trying to just live your life, it's an understandable thing. But you do realize that means you're basically just saying, rule me harder, daddy, to whoever is in power right now. You realize that. It's not that you're better off. You're just doing avoidance behavior. You're not actually free. Well, freedom is in the mind. You're not wrong. But how do you know if your mind's being influenced if you're not paying attention to the influence? Well, I know because I'm not paying attention to influence. Are you sure? Are you sure? Do you watch television? Well, yes. Okay. What shows do you watch? Oh, you know, this and that, Simpsons, blah, 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 blah. Do you pick up on the propaganda in it? No, this is just a TV show. Okay. So you avoid politics, but you can't recognize the bias or the propaganda in a harmless television show. You want to have fun sometime on a political nature with me? Sit down with me when I watch television occasionally and watch me pick apart the subtle, underhanded propaganda that's whittled into everything. I can't even watch a goddamn commercial for a car sometimes without going, oh my God, here's more propaganda. There is so much that everything's been politicized. You can't buy a cheeseburger without having a political opinion about the fucking thing. You can't buy a Hershey bar if you get the reference. Yes, Almanac. Almanac said it. You can't. It's like your shadow. Deal. Exactly. I'm not saying you have to go and vote for people and shit, although you probably, because if voting mattered, they wouldn't let us do it. There is that. But you can't do avoidance with this stuff. It's like avoiding your taxes or something. Sooner or later, the IRS is going to come calling. You better pay attention, especially now. I totally agree. Stay out of the pit, if you will. You don't have to get into the mosh pit of politics. I'm not saying you got to go on Twitter and argue with people or be an activist. I'm saying if you're not paying attention and you're not making decisions and you're not acting and you're not trying to get representation, if you're not doing something, you're part of the problem. You're the reason why corruption works. Corruption doesn't work if everyone's paying attention. If everybody's looking and saying, what are you doing? Then they can't do it. But as long as you think politics is uncomfortable and impolite and below you, then those people rule you and there's nothing to stop them. Corruption can work unabated so long as you don't look at it. So this is why I'm trying to tell you guys that they've convinced you all that more laws, more government, more rules, more rulers is what we need, or this ruler or that ruler. No, this is what you need. You need some sort of global Constitution and Bill of Rights that is legitimate, not some piece of toilet paper with weasel words like most countries have. Okay. Most countries with a constitution, their constitution's a bunch of weasel words that lets the government do what they want anyway. The American Constitution is a little better. They got around it, but it is a little better. So what you need is a way to say no. You can't do these things. You need a system that is not about control, but about administration. You know what the difference is? You don't want control. You don't want rulers. You want administration. An administrator is simply someone who helps keep things organized, make sure the rules are being followed and shit like that. And the rules are decided democratically, constitutionally, in a republic or some other way that doesn't allow the majority to beat on the minority. That's all. And you're halfway home. It doesn't take a lot from there. There has to be a way to protect human rights, human dignity, without creating a centralized authority monster. Most people don't need to be controlled and ruled. Most people just need a little help with the organization and the administration, and it'll sort itself out. You don't need, I don't know. If I was president, I'd probably if I had, not just president, if I was king of America, like I had all power, the government would be slashed like into almost irrelevance. I'm serious. I would slash so much of it. I'd be tempted to keep things like NASA, but I know NASA's not what it looks like. So what I would do instead is I would take like a NASA thing and I would find a way to make it an incentive program for private industry rather than like PBS for space. You know what I mean? Not because I hate space exploration. In fact, I think it's the most important thing that we can probably be doing with our technology. In my opinion, I'm on Team Elon with that when it comes to, we got to get off this planet. Like we've got to start really, we got to colonize space. Like within 100 years, we've got to have that. I don't mean it has to be colonized. I mean, we got to be on our way. Like we have to be like foot in the shoe, you know, like we're on our way out the door within 100 years. We have to. Good night, Wyatt. I should be going too. What time is it? It's way late. Yeah, I'm way late. So anyway, guys, if you're still here, and especially if you were here from the beginning, I want to thank you. And I want you to know that as much as I burn out on my work and stuff, some of you guys, it's like I know the world's still there when I see you guys here. Does that make sense? It's like, a bit of normal. My Alpha's here, my Wyatt's here, my Atropa's here. You know? So many of you guys, I see you here every week. And some of you guys I see here every couple weeks, but I see you guys here and I don't even know the fuck why. I would turn me off. Well, then again, I already know what I'm going to say, so I don't need to watch it, but I would turn me off. So whatever it is you guys see in me, thank you. I appreciate it. You know, this world, compassion and love are hard to come by. I'm learning. You know, I've spent most of my life being Typical Gen X. Let's put it that way. And some of you guys are, most of you guys, but some of you guys stand out, and you guys are here all the time. And some of you guys are here most of the time. Like I said, I recognize most names. I'm bad with names, but I do recognize them. And I'm not saying I don't judge you guys like a Gen X asshole. I'm saying that when I judge you, it's from a place of love. It's like, I know you guys, you're part of the world that reminds me that what I'm doing is appreciated by somebody. I don't know why sometimes, but I appreciate the living fuck out of it. And I don't always show it, you know. That's right, Parallax. Love is the law. Love under will. You know, love and will are basically the same thing. Think about it. They're basically the same thing. They might even be the same thing, just two different ways. They're expressions of the same thing. Love and will, you don't get much higher than that. It's like you can only say so many things about the divine. You can say it exists, but even if you say that, that's kind of a fuck. But you can say there is a divine, there is that, there is this, there is that, it does exist. You can say consciousness is its nature because it is conscious. You can say serenity is its nature because when all else is removed, that is the only thing that remains besides consciousness is serenity. And you can say that will and love are also intrinsic properties or intrinsic nature of the divine. But really, will and love are the same thing. Why do I say love and will are the same thing? Do you love to will or will to love? Do you will what you love, or do you love what you will? They're not opposites, so they're not two sides of the same coin. They're just two different manifestations of the same Tao, the same essence. How do you will to love unless you love it? See? They can't be separated. They are this, you know. I know what Crowley said, but doesn't mean Crowley's right about everything. Love under will. Maybe there's something deeper to that than hierarchy. People think of it as a hierarchy. It's not a hierarchy. It's not love is under will. If will is first over love, why does will do anything? Think about it. If will comes first, why does it do anything? Why do you will? You must love it. You must love what you will. See, Liquid Parallax, that's where I draw the line between me and modern occultists and even classical occultists, is they're too left brain about it. It's really simple. They turn it into formulas and diagrams and all of these things. They complicate it unnecessarily in a lot of ways. Not to say that I don't. I'm just saying there's a lot of complication that goes on. My point is that you cannot separate love from will. So therefore, one cannot come before the other. Love and will are now remember, love We're not talking about romance. We're not talking about strong feelings or emotion. Love is something really enigmatic, ineffable. We know what it is when we encounter it, but we can't describe it. Not really. That means it's divine. That you know how you know when something's divine? When you know what it is, but you can't describe it. When you know what it is, but you can't. Love is the fabric of the universe. No. I would say love is definitely one of the fundamental natures of the divine. Maybe that's what you mean, you know? Maybe that's... Will can't overcome anything unless it has a love to do so. You see? Will can't overcome... You're thinking romantic love or agape love or something. You're thinking about love in the oh, I love you sense. That's not what we're talking... Love, that's not what love is. That's a human expression of love. Absolute love transcends that completely. Has nothing to do with, oh, I love you so much. Oh. Love and will are essentially the same thing. Love and will express each other. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me no more. Nice almanac. Now, will can't overcome love. Neither can love overcome will. Doesn't work that way. The meaning of life. The meaning of life. The illusion. The meaning of illusion. The thing is, meaning implies cause. Can you cause the divine to do anything? If not, then the question is incorrect. It's a non sequitur. You can't even start. The divine doesn't need meaning to do what it does. Meaning is an illusion. If you read your Taoist principles, you know that the Tao has no meaning. There is no meaning. You know, we spend our lives in search for a meaning. I'm not sure how I'm making it too complicated, but if you think that's a point to score, that's fine. I don't know what you're saying. You asked me the meaning of life. You wanted me to explain it in one word, but you're literally asking me to fly and you're handing me a cock to do it. It's not, and say, well, there you go. No, you're asking the wrong question. Actually, I'm going to say you should meditate on it, Liquid Parallax. If you do, you might understand. There is no, this idea of meaning, that's the ego asking. Your ego is asking, what's the meaning of life? It's a question of attachment. In other words, the question comes from an attached position. The reality is there is no meaning. Not in the way that would satisfy anyone that listens. None. The divine doesn't need meaning, doesn't need a reason. So why do we want to know what the meaning of life is? Because the ego desperately needs something to work with or against. That's it. So, Liquid Parallax, since you seem to know, what do you think the meaning of life is in one word? Open your mind. Tell me, what do you think the meaning of life is in one word? It's great platitudes. What do you think the meaning of life is in one word? But be prepared to defend your word. If love was the meaning of life, now think about this. If love was the meaning of life, be very, very careful what you think here. Does the divine need a reason to love? Is love a reason for the divine to do anything? It's not a reason. So you're still thinking in terms of dualities. You're thinking of, because I love, I do this. The divine doesn't think that way. The divine doesn't act or observe or cause or exist under anything. Love is an acceptance. Love is like love is, again, it's a word that defies easy definition. But when you think of it as a cause, you're not thinking of love, is my point. Love is not a cause. I know what I said before about love and will and all that, but it's not a cause. Will is not caused, and it is not a cause. The whole idea of cause and effect, you see where I'm going, is a dualistic perspective. Love is a reality, will is a reality, but it's not a meaning, and it's not a cause. The quest for meaning is an egoistic quest because it validates the ego when there is something to validate it. That would be the meaning of life is love. No, it's not the reason. Are you saying the divine is under, it must obey, it's subordinate to a reason? Are you saying the divine is subordinate to something? So the divine does all of this for a reason? Meaning the reason is God? Is that what you're saying? The reason is God? Or is God the reason? In a way, we're kind of splitting a hair so fine that it starts to get like the masters would tell you, stop worrying about it. Because it's kind of like it is what it is, right? Like that's almost like what the ancient masters, it is what it is. And there's no reason for it to be that way. Like scientists say, why does anything exist at all? Well, that's a metaphysics question, not a physics question. Why is there a divine and not a nothing? Is there a reason? Well, no, of course there's no reason. It's just that's what it is. It is that it is. I am that I am. It is that it is. So the great whatever, the nameless, formless whatever, the Tao, Brahman, God, the divine. And below that, from a human perspective looking up, we have these words called love and will and existence and peace and serenity. It's all bullshit. All of those are words that we use to try to describe something for which there are no words. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. If God was love, make America gape again. Shut up. That's a great fucking joke. If God was love, then you just defined God. You can't do that. You literally can't. You've already failed. If God is will, you've already failed. If God is consciousness, you've already failed. If God is anything, any word at all, no matter how beautiful, paradoxical, or impossible to understand, you've already failed in the task of grokking it. So, life has no meaning. Right? God, like with a lot of, like I was joking with my wife before, like God with like exclamation, like quotations, like I need like 2 giant things. Boop. Like God in huge quotes to emphasize the fact that we're talking about the great whatever. We're not talking about like the guy in the clouds that most religions worship. We're talking about the unspeakable, the nameless, the formless, the non-dual. I'm not making what I just set up about if you can speak it, you're not defining it, you're not describing it. Every single mystical tradition that has ever been worth a damn has said the same thing. So if you say God is love, or God is hate, or God is this, or God is that, you have already, now I do it all the time, admittedly, because I'm talking to people. And those words point at it. But God is not love, God is not will, God is not conscious, God is not that. These are all words. And those words, their meaning is very, very, very enigmatic and ineffable. The following words, if you look them up in the dictionary, they can make sense, but they are not what it is. So, will, love, consciousness, serenity, all of those words are things that we intuitively understand, but they're kind of meaningless. You can't define them simply. Well, I'm not saying that that's what you're saying. I'm using that to point out that if you're saying the meaning of life is love, you're defining God, is what I'm saying. That's why it's a non sequitur. You're asking a question that, so when someone says, what's the meaning of life? It's like they're asking, what is God? That might not be the word. Magic wouldn't work if will is not the apex. That is technically true. But then we have to be careful with that statement, because then it enters into the mind that you can control the will. The will is what is. You don't control the will. You don't control God. So you don't control will. But again, like I said, if we're using those words, you can't define God. So I'm not saying that God and will, like will defines God. Saying that the enigma of will is a manifestation of the indefinable. From where we're sitting, we call that will. But will is not a thing. It's not an action. It's not a behavior. It's not a power. It's not a force. The closest word to will that actually has a rational meaning is the Tao. Liquid parallax, I'm not sure why you don't understand. I said there's no word for it. I don't have a word for it. What's your one word then for the entire meaning of existence summed up in what? There is no word for it. If I gave you a word, it would be a lie. There's no word. The obsession with a word, it's like you're trying, let's put it this way. If you got me to give you a word, you would have caught me. You would have caught me out. If I said God is this, or reality is this, or life is this, you would have actually caught me in a gigantic contradiction. There's no entertaining it. If you want me to be sincere, I cannot give you an answer. You're asking me to lie, and I won't do that in this context. I'll lie for fun once in a while. Distill yourself. I suggest you invert your questions to me, pose them to yourself, and then be critical of them. Don't say what sounds smart and clever and beautiful, or what Crowley said or what Thorne said. Fuck Crowley, fuck Thorne, fuck you. I mean that. Focus on what you're saying and what the meanings are. And if you decide that the meaning of life is love, then whether I agree with you or not is absolutely irrelevant. You live that, because there's far less noble delusions that you could have. If your delusion is life is love, there are much worse delusions than that. Except if you think life is love, that can lead you down a path of do-goodery, which ends up paving the road to hell, just to let you know. God is the game master. I suppose. Not really, though. Even the game is a game. Even the game's an illusion. It is fun to think of God like a DM, though. A DM playing with himself, or herself, or itself, whatever you want to call it. I'm not sure what Liquid's saying. I'm sorry yours isn't. I'm not sure what that's in reference to, but... Yeah, right? God's the programmer who's bug testing right now. Boy, he's probably filling out a lot of shit, isn't he? Oh, fuck. You see what the program's doing on this planet with these people here? Oh, man. The fucking algorithm. Wyatt, he said, I said goodnight. You said goodnight. Everyone said goodnight, Thorne. Why do you do this? If you look it up, it's an ADHD thing. Mm-hmm. It really is. Joffrey says back up. I know, I really should go. I wanted to go to bed like an hour ago. I was saying how I love you all. And then Liquid asked me a good question to like get me going. He plays devil advocate, so we have some fun. Oh, much love to you too, Liquid. Stop labeling. We are cured. God is a DM jerking off. Oh man, God is a DM jerking off. Oh my God. Oh. We're all cum pets, dude. That's all we are. We're all just sperm that's been kept as a pet long enough and it matured. Yeah, you're right, Wyatt. It is 3 in the morning. I got to get back on this because I'm gonna go back to the nursery probably in April, so for a couple days a week. So that means I got to get up at like 7 in the morning. And you know, being a vampire means I don't like getting up in the morning as it is. So I got a lot of adjusting to do. Kelly says I got over work and had 2 margaritas and now you know, one of these days, what do you guys think? Do you guys think that I should do like a marathon sometime and just stream all day and all night and not even necessarily be talking, just like you guys can watch me like gorillas in the mist. Like you can watch me in my natural habitat as I'm writing and shit. And I'll just be like, "Hey, what's up everybody?" occasionally. What do you guys think? Should I do one of those? Would that be fun for you guys? Like you watch me picking my nose and shit. Oh my God, that would be funny as fuck. Oh man. I think one time I accidentally started streaming by accident, and I think it was CM when he was still watching. He's like, "Oh, it's like watching Thorne in the wild. It's funny." All right, guys. I mean it this time. With all the love that I have to give, um, speaking, of course, from a mortal perspective, because there's no love to give. Speaking from the heart of the divine. Fuck you all, and mind the shadows. Oh my God. Good night.